But now what happened there is...
Okay.
I think I should be playing it.
Let's get started. First of all, let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to Cambridge, to the 5th edition of this event. This year it's hosted in collaboration with the University of Cambridge Impact Policy Fund, or Policy Impact Fund, or something like that, and Brian Gaines has generously also supported the event. And we also have institutional partners, Bennett Institute, no longer an institute, it's the Bennett School of Public Policy, the Janeway Institute, and the Competition and Markets Authority. A few announcements. There's only been one major change, which is that Luisa Afuso could not make it today, but Simeon Thornton will be taking her place with the same title and the same undeniable charm. So we'll be in good hands anyway. Other than that, there's going to be one speaker who can't make it physically, but we'll do that on Zoom. Other than that, just two small things. First thing is that everything is recorded. So even if you whisper, that's going to be picked up somewhere. Just be aware of that. These things will not be posted ex post unless we've had your express agreement. So don't worry about that. Second thing, after the last event, after the last talk, we'll have a drinks reception afterwards downstairs. Everybody's welcome to attend. I encourage you to do so. Other than that, the format is 45 minutes for each talk, and that includes discussion and handover. The chairs have been informed of that, but now everybody knows it. And other than that, I think we should start with the first talk. Jeanine, please.
Very happy to kick off this conference. So I'm going to be presenting joint work with Jeanine, who is co-author at Yonsei University in Korea, formerly a PhD student at the University of Rochester. And this is going to be an applied theory paper that was motivated by contractual practices that led to some competition concerns in a particular industry, which is the cloud computing services. Let me start with a little bit of background. So cloud computing services, or cloud services, are IT services that are delivered on demand over the internet. So the client of the organization uses these services that basically eliminates the need for making costly infrastructure investments on the premises. So it makes things more flexible. It makes it easier to kind of, scale up and scale down operations, introduce new services, and so forth. So you're transforming fixed costs into variable costs. Cloud services encompass a wide range of products and services. So it's not just data storage and compute. It encompasses things like databases, networking, all kinds of analytics services, software, machine learning tools, and so forth. So actually, each of the large cloud providers sells 200 or more distinct products and services. This is a very fast-growing industry, as I'm sure you're aware. So it went from zero to hundreds of billions of dollars over the course of 20 years. Cloud services are a crucial layer of the AI stack, so they're crucial for developing and training AI and machine learning models, and so the expectation is that this industry will continue to grow at a very fast rate in coming years. Now, currently, as you may also know, this is a concentrated industry. Right? So the two largest players are AWS, of course, kind of the founder of the industry, and Microsoft. And according to recent studies in a couple of different jurisdictions, so competition authorities come around the world have recently paid attention to this industry, the combined market shares of the two largest players lie somewhere between 50 and 80%, depending on the geographic market and exact market definition. The third player is Google, who has a market share between 5 and 10%, and a couple of smaller competitors. Right, and so as you might guess from this list here, this industry has attracted a lot of scrutiny from competition authorities in recent years. The UK is actually a country that has been particularly active in this space. So Ofcom published a preliminary market study on the cloud computing industry in 2023, which then prompted the CMA to undertake a more in-depth market investigation. The decision has been published, or the outcome of that market investigation was published last summer. And the conclusion of the market investigation was that competition does not work well in this market. And now there are a couple of practices that the regulators have looked at in this industry. One that has attracted a lot of attention are these egress fees, so commercial barriers to switching on multi-clouding. So egress fees are charges, monetary fees, that all of the large cloud providers charge their clients for transferring data out of a provider's cloud, including from one provider's cloud to another provider's cloud. And so the authorities are worried that these egress fees could discourage both switching from one provider to another, so make it costlier for a client to move their operations from one cloud to another cloud. And on top of that, they also make it costlier and therefore discourage what's called multi-clouding, whereby a customer uses the services of multiple providers in parallel rather than relying on a single cloud provider. And the CMA in their market investigation, they actually provide some data on the prevalence of multi-clouding. So they used a customer data set from the 3 largest cloud providers, and they found that 35 to 40% of all cloud spend on those 3 top providers is by buyers who actually multi-cloud on 2 or more of these 3 firms. And they also claim that the incidence of multi-clouding is actually rising over time. And so our paper is really going to focus on this particular concern that egress fees could harm competition, could harm welfare by discouraging multi-clouding. More specifically, we're going to be interested in the question whether data transfer fees discourage what's called integrated multi-clouding, whereby a client kind of mixes and matches services from different providers. And to make this concrete, I've copied here an example from the Ofcom market study from 2023. So let's say imagine a digital advertising agency that's running the main operation on one cloud here, Microsoft, where they use the services of that cloud to deliver targeted ads to their customers, but then they prefer AWS for data analysis, so to estimate advertising effectiveness and so forth. And so what that means is that in order to run this kind of integrated multi-cloud architecture, you need ongoing data transfer from Azure to AWS. Right? Now with these egress fees, that means that on an ongoing recurring basis, month by month, this customer will have to pay these data transfer fees or egress fees to yeah?
So what is the difference between, in your model, these egress fees and other forms of customer retention or acquisition discounts, meaning discounts on licensing? This is the Azure case, where Microsoft offered a discount on the license to those customers that went from their license inside to the cloud.
So
it should be the same, no?
Yeah. And there's some in these software licensing practices are a separate concern, and Microsoft in particular, because they're dominant in some of the software, they have imposed this discriminatory licensing terms that make it cheaper to employ the Microsoft software on their own cloud. In our model, from the cloud providers are only symmetric. So we're really specifically interested in discouraging multi-clouding if they're expensive or extensive margin in a symmetric model. And this firm has a natural advantage. I think some of the other kind of contractual practices are not so much, like we try to attract a new customer, are not so much about ongoing fees that they have to pay on a monthly basis. Depending on your scale of operation.
What is multi-cloud if the providers are symmetric? What is the...
Yes. Okay. So there are these ongoing fees. On top of that, regulators, CMA, again, has looked into this in quite some detail, estimate that although these data transfers are not free from the firm's perspective, the fees that firms charge, the providers charge, exceed the incremental cost of data transfer substantially, right? And therefore, the potential concern could be that these above-cost egress fees or data transfer fees, they discourage multi-clouding to the detriment of consumer welfare, either because they discourage multi-clouding at the intensive margin, so firms that use a multi-cloud architecture consume less than socially optimal, or because they discourage the adoption of multi-cloud architectures in the first place. At the European level, there is some regulation on this already. So the 2024 European Data Act actually does contain two key provisions on egress fees. So it specifies that for multi-clouders, data transfer fees are still going to be allowed, but only for the purpose of passing on egress costs. So they shouldn't increase the incremental costs, or however you define those costs, of providing data transfers. And for switchers, data egress fees should be abolished altogether. Now, in response to the passage of this Data Act, each of the three providers have announced policies to remove egress fees for switchers, but those policies do not apply much. So little is known about the economic effects of this regulation, and Finland is considered in other jurisdictions, and so this is where our paper comes in. So we're going to propose a stylized model to try to help us understand what this type of rule that limits egress fees to a cost will do to consumer surplus and okay, so let me jump right into the model. So it's a stylized model with two symmetric differentiated providers, A and B, that compete to sell two complementary services or goods, which we call 1 and 2. And think of product 1 as data storage and compute, and product 2 as analytics, similar to the example from Ofcom that I showed you. To keep things simple and tractable, we assume perfect complements with a 1-to-1 consumption ratio. Right, so there are 4 possible product combinations. There are 2 single clouding or one-stop shopping combinations, AA, BB, where you buy both services from the same provider, and then 2 two-stop shopping or multi-clouding combinations. We're going to assume constant marginal cost per unit sold, symmetric across products. While we do allow additional marginal costs that sellers on both sides may have to incur to serve two-stop shoppers, right? And these are meant to capture these incremental costs of providing data transfers for the providers, for the sellers. So CE here is the additional per unit cost incurred by the seller of 1, where E egress. CI additional per unit cost incurred by the seller of product 2, and then the sum of the two, so the total per unit cost of providing that data transfer is going to be denoted by CD. Remember I said linear prices? And in principle, without any restrictions on price discrimination, each firm can be thought of as setting 4 prices, right? Price for each product when it sells to two-stop shoppers, and a price for each product when it sells to one-stop shoppers. Now, since the products are perfect complements, I'm a one-stop shopper, all that matters to me is the sum of the prices of the 2 services, so really there are 3 prices that matter for each provider. Now, what is price discrimination in this model? Well, we're going to say that prices are discriminatory if they're not reflective of marginal cost differences. Right, so if I look at this at a per service, per product level, that would mean that for service 1, firm I charges discriminatory prices if the price difference between what a two-stop shopper and a one-stop shopper pays does not reflect that cost of egress, and then similarly for service 2. And according to many estimates, these 2 are actually the same, very similar, CD and CI. So you can think of those differences as egress fees and ingress fees in the application. Now in a symmetric equilibrium, we have symmetric firms, so we're going to have symmetric equilibria where both firms charge the same prices. want to say that discrimination against two-stop shoppers happens, or two-stop shoppers are discriminated against, if the price premium that a two-stop shopper pays exceeds the cost premium of serving a two-stop shopper. Okay, so first question is whether this is actually going to happen in equilibrium or not. And then I'm going to look at two model variants, two variations of the model. The first, simpler one, is going to be one of independent markets, where basically each buyer is locked into a specific product combination. Right? So the markets for the four product combinations, AA, AB, and so forth, are independent from one another. So some share gamma of consumers are two-stop shoppers, half of them AB, half of them BA. The remaining people are one-stop shoppers, half AA, half B. So the only decision of the buyer is quantity, how much to buy of the combination that they prefer. And one potential justification for this independent markets benchmark is that in our cloud example, in our motivating application, buyers might actually be quite locked into a specific cloud architecture. It's tightly integrated with their internal processes, or maybe there's engineering lock-in, the engineers have these specialized skills. It might be very difficult for them to switch. Okay? And then I'm also going to show you a more general model of independent markets, where now each consumer chooses both which product combination to buy and how much to buy. So now prices matter for both of these decisions, and each bar is going to be horizontally differentiated across sectors. Now, in both of these model variants, a buyer's quantity choice is going to be given by a demand function, Q of P, where the capital P is the total per unit price of the product combination the buyer purchases. So for a two-stop shopper, it's the sum of the prices of the two product combination. Right, and this first model variant, independent market, can be obtained as a special limiting case of the more general independent markets model. If there are no questions about the model setup, let me very briefly tell you a little bit about where this fits into the literature. Right, so we contribute to three strands of the economics literature. Literature on third-degree price discrimination, the literature on competitive mixed bundling, and the general model with interdependent demand is the competitive mixed bundling model, and then a small but growing literature in the economics of the cloud. So let me not spend too much time on this, but tell you a little bit about the competitive mixed bundling literature. So, key difference between what we do and what most of the literature does is that most of the literature assumes inelastic demand, which means that allowing for price discrimination is always bad for welfare because it leads to an inefficient pattern of consumption. With elastic demand, you get more nuanced effects. There's only one other paper we're aware of that allows for elastic demand in a competitive mixed bundling model, and that's a very nice paper by Armstrong-Vickers in the Restat. However, what they do is when they vary whether the firms can discriminate between one-stop shoppers and two-stop shoppers, they also vary the type of tariff that is allowed. Right? So they compare non-linear tariffs when discrimination is allowed to linear tariffs when discrimination is banned. We, on the other hand, analyze competitive mixed bundling with elastic demand and linear tariffs in all regimes. So both when discrimination is allowed and when it's not allowed. And not surprisingly, this matters a lot for the welfare analysis and for the welfare results. As I said, small but growing literature in the economics of the cloud. None of these other papers look at any policy concerns related to multi-clouding. So, I'm going to start the analysis by looking at the simpler case of independent markets and discriminatory pricing. So, each seller can set different prices for one-stop and two-stop shoppers. In one-stop shopper markets, each seller then just has a monopoly position over its one-stop shoppers, so the pricing problem boils down to a standard monopoly problem, monopoly first order condition. In the two-stop shopper markets, we basically have two sellers of complements, right? And so we're going to get standard double marginalization or Coulomb effect, right? So we're going to get a price for two-stop shoppers that's higher than the one-stop shopper price, right? Because each of the sellers, when it raises its price, doesn't take into account the adverse effect on the demand for the complement that's sold by the competitor. We get a slightly different first order condition, by 2 here, and we're going to get a higher price because of the Coulomb effect. And on top of that, of course, the marginal cost is also higher, which then even further drives up price. So at the end of the day, we're going to get discrimination against two-stop shoppers in equilibrium under this condition, which is always going to hold for small enough data transfer costs because of the double marginalization effect. And from now onwards, I'm going to assume that this holds.
Can you recall what do you mean by independent markets here?
Each buyer is exogenously allocated to a particular product combination, and then just decides how much to buy. Now, restricted pricing means I'm not allowed maybe to charge these prices, right? So suppose each firm faces some restriction on the difference in the price charged to two-stop shoppers versus one-stop shoppers. So two-stop shopper price is not allowed to be too much above the one-stop shopper price. Because of the perfect complements, equilibrium prices here are going to depend only on the sum of the R1 and R2, not on the two restrictions individually, right? Any slack from one constraint can be moved to the other constraint. So a ban on discrimination corresponds to setting that R equal to the marginal cost of data transfer. And then if the R is PD minus PM or more, that means we have the discriminatory unrestricted. And so we can solve for any possible level of R between the one that corresponds to no discrimination in full. We can solve the equilibrium under restricted pricing.
So just to understand this regulation, so it depends not just on whether I'm abiding by it depends not just on the price I set, but also the price by competitors.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So this is the constraint on for each individual seller, for each I.
Yes, which is a little bit.
And I know that.
It's a little bit strange that whether I would be abiding by the regulation depends upon what you do.
No, but the regulation is imposed on everyone, and then we solve for the.
But whether the sum of our egress and ingress prices satisfy R depends on.
Unless R is exogenous, it's fixed.
No, so it is.
R is a cap of imposed by regulation, and
Exactly.
doesn't apply, but R1 and R2 are endogenous, no? So
Yes.
No, so R1 and R2 are exogenous. They are imposed by the regulator. But all that's going to matter for the equilibrium outcome is the sum of the two. And R1 and R2, of course, are the same for all firms, but that makes sense because the regulations for the entire industry.
the regulator sets R1 and R2.
Exactly.
Okay.
And all I'm saying here is that the equilibrium, the solution depends only on the sum of the two. And so, now the price for the one-stop shoppers, it's going to be some equilibrium outcome, P of R, and then the price for two-stop shoppers is that plus the maximum that's allowed when the constraint is binding. Now, where does this price come from? The first order condition looks like this. It's intuitive. It's basically the weighted average of here the first order condition for the one-stop shopper monopoly problem. So this is just the marginal profit in the monopoly problem. And then this is the sum of the marginal profits in the duopoly complement problem. Right? So it's kind of a weighted average of the two first order conditions we had before. And so we're going to get prices that are for the one-stop shoppers higher than before, and for the two-stop shoppers lower. And then as more discrimination is allowed, the price paid by the one-stop shoppers falls and the price paid by the two-stop shoppers rises until we get PD and PL.
Just a clarification on the independent market. So you have a pre-allocated customer allocation between two clouds, but each customer can still decide between single homing or multi-homing.
No, each customer is assigned to a...
Even so allocation is
quantity.
between the clouds and within each, and a third group which does multi-homing.
You're allocated to a particular combination.
There's no choice.
No choice.
There's no choice, zero choice.
Whatsoever. The only choice is quantity.
Quantity, no, not even quantity, not even quantity.
The only choice. Okay. So, now this is an intermediate step because we then want to look at the welfare effect of discrimination. And so what we do here is we use this marginal effects technique from the literature on price discrimination. So in order to get the total welfare effect of discrimination, so basically of moving from an R that's equal to CD to the unrestricted equilibrium, we integrate over marginal welfare effects. Raise the R by small amounts. And of course, a marginal welfare effect is composed of two terms. We have the marginal welfare effect for the one-stop shoppers and for the two-stop shoppers, and we allow more and more discrimination. Now, if we denote by capital Q prime of R the marginal change in aggregate consumption, so total quantity consumed across the two groups, one-stop and two-stop shoppers, as more discrimination is allowed, we can decompose the marginal welfare effect to two terms that have economic meaning. So the second term here is what we call the marginal allocation effect. We have the R minus CD here. So this second term is negative for any R greater than the cost difference. So any price differential that's greater than the cost difference. So what does this capture? This captures that for given total output, given total consumption level, the most efficient way of allocating that consumption level is such that prices, or it's allocated to consumers who value the product most over cost. How is that achieved? That's achieved by setting the price difference exactly equal to the cost difference. If you increase the price difference further, you get inefficient allocation of consumption because the product doesn't go to the people who value the most above cost. So if the second effect here is negative, that means that if the first effect is also negative, we're definitely going to get negative marginal welfare effect. So that means if raising discrimination reduces total output, then that means the welfare effect is definitely negative. So it's a sufficient condition, but not a necessary condition. Right? So the marginal output effect is negative for all levels of discrimination. As we move from no discrimination to the unrestricted outcome, then our total welfare effect is going to be negative. We then integrate these marginal effects. We're going to get the following main result. We're going to get a sufficient condition under which price discrimination reduces both aggregate output because these marginal output effects are negative all along the path and therefore harm social welfare. What is this condition? Well, as always in price discrimination models, the curvature of the demand function matters. So what does this say? This says the curvature of the inverse demand function, right? This function that determines quantity as a function of price, cannot be too high. So it has to be below some upper bound that's somewhere between 0 and 1. Right? So this condition is less stringent than demand needs to be concave, but it's more stringent than demand needs to be log concave, which is a very common assumption in higher orders. Right? So basically, what we need is we need demand to not be too convex. If that is true, then discrimination definitely has a negative welfare effect. Again, this is a sufficient condition, not a necessary condition. So let me try to give some intuition for this. Okay. So why does price discrimination lead to lower quantity and therefore lower welfare if demand is not too convex? Okay. Okay, so price discrimination makes prices more dispersed. Now suppose that price discrimination, when make prices more dispersed, does not change the average price. In this case, the effect of price discrimination on aggregate quantity is fully determined by whether demand is concave, convex, or linear. Demand is linear and the average price remains the same, then output remains the same. If it's concave, output goes down. If it's convex, total output goes down. Then
I thought, given also your research, past research, you would have put it in terms of pass-through. Because, as you increase discrimination, if I understand correctly, it's as if your cost increase, and that is transmitted, depending on the curvature, to consumers in a stronger way.
Yes. I have, of course, tried to do that at some point. I think it doesn't.
There must be something I'm missing.
Yeah, it doesn't have the intuitions. I don't remember all the details now. I have some footnotes in the write-up. It's isomorphous, I think. That seemed to be the easier way to present it.
No, I just it is related to pass-through.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can write the pass-through rates and I can connect them one to one, right? Yeah. Okay. So then, by continuity, price discrimination actually raises the average price, which of course is bad for output, reduces output, and the demand function is not too convex, aggregate output should still fall. Okay, so now the question is, does price discrimination actually lead to a higher average price? The answer is yes, under this condition, but let's try to get some intuition. So the impact of price discrimination on average price is driven by the difference in competitive conduct across markets, which again also feeds into pass-through, and demand. Now with linear demand, the average price is lower under a ban on price discrimination. So lower when I impose uniform price corresponds to the cost difference. Here's some intuition for that. So each firm internalizes the full effect of a price change on demand from its one-stop shoppers, because it gets the revenue from both products, but only part of the effect of a price change on demand from two-stop shoppers. What this means is that moving away from the optimal one-stop shopper price, PM, is costlier for a firm than moving away from the optimal two-stop shopper price. Or in other words, deviations from the unrestricted discriminatory prices reduce a firm's profit from one-stop shoppers at a faster rate than it reduces a firm's profit from its two-stop shoppers. So it's about the marginal effect on profits as I move away from this unrestricted option. And because of this, in a certain sense, pricing under ban on price discrimination is biased towards the lower price, the one-stop shopper price, PM, right? And so then when I allow for the price discrimination, average price increases, right? And so then we're in the situation where demand can be convex, and nonetheless, average quantity goes down, and therefore welfare is harmed. So that's our intuition for this result. Now, what about profit? Well, we can show that the sufficient condition in the proposition for a negative output and welfare effect is also a sufficient condition for a negative profit effect. What's the intuition? Well, firms gain in the one-stop shopper market when they're allowed to discriminate because the price is closer to the monopoly price, but they lose in the two-stop shopper market because the price is too high from their perspective, higher than they buy. The quantity increase in the one-stop shopper market is less than the quantity fall in the two-stop shopper market if this condition for negative output effect holds. And of course, margins are also lower in one-stop shopper markets than in two-stop shopper markets here. And so because of that, overall profit falls. So in a way, the firms are actually caught in a prisoner's dilemma. The consumer surplus effect of price discrimination are more difficult to analyze. We have some results in the paper. just one that I want to point out here is unlinear demand and small enough data transfer costs. The effect of the consumer surplus of allowing discrimination is negative as well. So not only total welfare is harmed, but also consumer surplus. Right? So overall, the message here is that in this independent markets case, the effect of price discrimination against two-stop shoppers are kind of negative across the board for reasonable functional forms, or for a wide range of demand function. This is just a numerical illustration of that. Consumer surplus goes down, welfare goes down, aggregate output goes down. All right, so let me move on to the interdependent markets setting. So we extend the model here to allow each product now to be horizontally differentiated across sellers. And then consumers' choices are going to depend on prices and a random match utility shocks that consumers receive. So each consumer obtains some random match utility xki for an i's product, okay? And then a consumer's gross utility from consuming Q units of some product combination is going to be the sum of some baseline utility from the quantity, and then the sum of the match utilities from the two products in the chosen bundle, right? And this sum is going to be multiplied by parameter T, which really measures the strength of product preferences relative to the base utility from consumption. This is going to be a crucial parameter for us to play around with, capturing how important is it for consumers to get their preferred product combination versus how much they care about prices and other things. And then we're going to actually work in the space of relative preferences. So we're going to define for each product the difference in a consumer's match utility between buying from seller B versus seller A. And we're going to assume that these relative preferences are going to be distributed symmetrically across sellers and across products. I think the symmetry across sellers is crucial for us to make progress. Symmetry across products, I think we could make that assumption. So in this model then, consumption choices are going to depend on these match utilities and prices. So here's just an illustration of the pattern of consumer choices in that space of relative product preferences, the difference between the match utilities of a particular consumer. In a case where two-stop shoppers pay a premium, so delta here is the difference in the total price paid by two-stop shoppers versus one-stop shoppers in a symmetric equilibrium. And the product preferences are strong enough, the T parameter is high enough, so that all four product combinations have positive demand, even the two-stop shopper combinations, which are more expensive. Right? And so the cutoffs then between the different areas are going to depend on the indirect utility. I get at one for the one-stop shopper price versus the two-stop shopper price, and that T is going to determine where exactly the cutoff lies. So people who have strong preferences for A from one seller, B from the other seller, they're going to be match, and others are going to one-stop shop. So this looks very similar to a standard mixed bundling, competitive mixed bundling model. What's again different is that in our model, when we change prices, we're not just changing the boundaries between these different areas, we're also changing consumption levels within the areas that are affected by that price change. All right, so I'm not going to show you the first order conditions because they're very messy. We'll go straight to the results here. So what we can show is that in a symmetric mixed bundling equilibrium, so this is without any restrictions on price discrimination, so this is a counterpart to the PM and PD, unrestricted pricing. One-stop shoppers always pay a lower price than what they would pay in the independent markets model. Okay? I think this is intuitive, right? Because if you start at P12 equal to PM, and then you reduce the one-stop shopper price a little bit, right? You have zero first order effect on the profit from one-stop shoppers because I started the monopoly price. But I'm now attracting some consumers, inducing some consumers to switch from two-stop shopping to one-stop shopping, and the one-stop shoppers are more profitable for me. There's no distortion in the price, and the cost of serving them is lower. Right? So this is very intuitive that this competition to get people to buy from me, buy both products from me, drives down the one-stop shopper price. Now, it's not always true that two-stop shoppers pay more than PD, which you might think is kind of the opposite effect. We're going to raise the two-stop shopper prices so that more people buy both products from me. P1 plus P2 can be more or less than PD. It depends on the other parameters. If product preferences are weak, then it's always less. And I also always get price discrimination against C, two-stop shoppers. So overall, if you look at these conditions, straightforward corollary is that we get discrimination against two-stop shoppers in this interdependent markets model whenever there is discrimination against two-stop shoppers in the independent markets benchmark. So in a way, the discrimination becomes more likely, right? And also whenever product preferences are weak. Right? Some intuition, interdependence makes discrimination more likely because the one-stop shoppers are more profitable for firms than two-stop shoppers if the price premium is less than the cost differential. Right? The price premium doesn't compensate for the cost differential. And so then if I raise the two-stop shopper prices or I reduce the one-stop shopper price, it induces the switching, which raises profits. There's more pressure towards discrimination when consumers endogenously choose which product combination they want to buy. Here's a graphical illustration where I vary the strengths of these product preferences, the T. And so you see that if the product preferences are very weak, I get very intense competition. I get very low prices both for one-stop shoppers and for two-stop shoppers. And then as the T rises, prices go to the independent markets benchmark levels. But while the one-stop shopper price always remains below PM, the two-stop shopper price can either below or above PD.
So that's really good. Could you go one slide?
Yeah.
So essentially you're saying that there are two in the middle you don't know what happens, but at the two extremes. So the first model you showed is a limiting model when the product preferences are very strong.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And so basically it's when the product preferences are very weak and when the product preferences are very strong, you have
So yes, essentially. This one, that the prices are very low here, we don't have that as a general function. We think it's true, and we do have it as a result for linear demand. But we don't have it as a general function. This limit, it's close to that.
I'm just seeing 5 minutes.
Okay, now we want to then look at the equilibrium when prices are restricted to reflect a cost difference, and then at the effect of allowing discrimination. The restricted pricing benchmark is not obvious. Right? The expected pattern, what you expect based on the other model, is that when you allow discrimination, price for one-stop shoppers goes down, the price for two-stop shoppers goes up. Right? You get something in the middle when I restrict prices to be non-discriminatory. That's no longer true in this model. So there are examples in which discrimination actually leads to lower prices for all buyers. So even the direction of the prices is not obvious. Here is a particular example in which we definitely get lower prices for all buyers under discrimination. One in which all of the buyers, all the distribution is on this diagonal line. So everybody's exactly in difference between AA and BP. One-stop shopping is one versus the other provider. So in this example, without discrimination, there's very intense, there's strong competition for one-stop shopper, which drives the one-stop shopper price down to marginal cost. And then because that price is so low, the two-stop shoppers also pay low prices, lower than what everybody would pay if price discrimination was avoided. Right? So the directions of the prices are not unambiguous. So nonetheless, we can show something in terms of the effects of discrimination on social welfare and contrast what happens with elastic demand versus inelastic demand. So with inelastic demand, so what most of the literature has looked at, discrimination always harms social welfare here because it leads to an inefficient pattern of one-stop versus two-stop shopping. People do not buy their preferred combination relative to the cost differential. With elastic demand, discrimination has new effects that all harm in the direction of welfare enhancement of the non-price discrimination. One is this competition intensifying effect, which I just mentioned. Price discrimination can sometimes lead to lower prices for all consumers. So aggregate consumption of inframarginal shoppers can rise, even if I have linear or concave demand. So even in cases where in my independent markets model, aggregate consumption would go down with price discrimination, here it's possible that aggregate consumption of the inframarginal shoppers, so the ones who don't switch to another product combination, their consumption can go up. On top of that, I now get this buyer switching from two-stop to one-stop shopping. And that's good too, because it means that the switchers are going to consume more now, so they're going to consume levels closer to the social optimum, right? The one-stop shoppers buy more than the two-stop shoppers. And it also leads to marginal cost efficiencies if indeed the two-stop shoppers are more expensive to serve than the one-stop shoppers. Here's a graphical illustration where we see that from low levels of these product preferences, indeed now price discrimination benefits both consumer surplus and raises social welfare. So it's good. Same. Consumer surplus and social welfare rise with product discrimination if these product preferences are low. Coming? Yes. Okay. So, what do we take away from this, and what are the implications that we think come out of this model for policies on data transfer fees in the cloud industry? Well, we looked at this independent markets model, and that model suggests that if data transfer fees primarily discourage multi-clouding at the intensive margin, so primarily lead to lower consumption levels, then a ban on above-cost data transfer fees is likely to raise social welfare. However, if data transfer fees substantially discourage multi-clouding at the extensive margin, so if in response to price changes, price differences, clients easily switch between different cloud architectures, then the analysis suggests that a ban on above-cost data transfer may actually very well lead to a social welfare harm. Now, of course, analysis is subject to limitations, right? One is we did not consider potential entry or growth of new competitors. It's another valid competition concern here, clearly. We have, for simplicity, assumed that the marginal data transfer costs are known and constant, so it's easy to implement the regulation. The European Data Act somehow does assume that it's implementable, and we have not considered implications for long-term investment incentives. To prohibit these fees, does that reduce long-term investment incentives? All right, thank you very much.
Why is it specific to cloud and not any?
I don't think the model is specific to cloud, but it was motivated by that, and I think it's an I think the model is more general.
I noted down the second bullet point. The marginal cost of providing these services is not obvious.
No, it's not.
Not only because of the cost of providing these services, but also because of the consequences in terms of demand predictability, investment decision by the cloud services, right, by the cloud service providers. So, in your first model, I think, that is point number one. In your first model, when you looked at the optimal R, I think what the competitors are not capturing is that are these externalities between them, right? So the fact that I'm charging a price above marginal cost, causes demand to go down.
Sure, yeah.
So perhaps a suggestion, I don't know whether this is true, but perhaps a suggestion there would be the idea of Ray and Tirol. Let them collude on this. Let them decide instead of the regulators.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Instead of the regulators imposing something, because they know better, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
let them collude on a level that would be fixed for everybody, right? Because they try to solve the coordination problem at the same time as the price discrimination story that you have, right?
Yeah, and in the first model, incentives are aligned. I mean, social incentives and the firm's incentives would be aligned. So it would be interesting to see how this is implemented. This is definitely hard. I mean, even when the CMA tried to get evidence
they're
on
going to
this,
stack on the
some-
cost, right? So they're going to stack on the cost forever. Like, so, they will. I mean, we've seen this before, like telecoms and stuff. Like, they will.
That requires commitment, that approach, the retail approach.
Yeah.
I don't know if here you have something, probably through regulation you can achieve that. Probably through regulation you can achieve that. How can you obtain commitment? Because that solution requires commitment. Otherwise, in that model, if you get rid of commitment, everything collapses. I'm not sure whether here you have something similar.
Policymaker just makes the decision.
Through regulation.
So your model is very symmetric. So everything, and what drives multi-homing are very idiosyncratic preference shocks. But one could imagine that some firms are better at providing analytics. So you take Google. Google is better at data analysis, while storage and compute would be better with Microsoft. And so you would have somebody who is better on one product, and that's for all consumers. What effect would it have, and whether it would eat away the positive welfare effect?
So if it's symmetric in the sense that I'm better at this, but you're better at that, and that is symmetric. We each have an advantage in one dimension, but those advantages are symmetric. Then we can solve the model.
Okay.
If the firms become asymmetric in the sense that one has a overall advantage compared to the other one, we can solve it numerically, but we cannot use our first order conditions to prove results.
But do you get that that erodes some of the positive welfare effects?
So it doesn't change the types of. I don't think so. No. It doesn't change the types of effects.
I think just to follow up on those 2 points, you basically want the second bullet from the bottom to be such that the marginal costs are different in each component, because I can be provider of one type of service or the other type of service. If those two costs are different from the other firm, they have the other two, then we could have each a specialty in different side. In that case, consumers may well want to multi-home because they want to go to one firm or the other, and so the welfare effects could change quite a bit, I think.
But if we have
If you have asymmetry in the marginal costs of each component.
Yes, but again, if it's symmetric across firms in the sense that because products 1 and 2, if A has an advantage in product 1, B has an advantage in product 2, either on the preference side or on the cost side, I think that's fine as long as the model then remains symmetric in that way. That cost advantage or preference advantage is the same for A in product 1 and for B in product 2.
Okay. But wouldn't then imposing that the prices should not be, the egress cost, for instance, or prices should not be above a certain difference, would then force consumers to stay with the more expensive component on the other side, I think.
Yeah, but everything is nice. No, I'm thinking of that. It's similar to putting a lot of consumers here at the. Like a lot of people want to mix and match because of these advantages. Maybe one product is terrible, so nobody will. Well, let's have fun. Thank you, Jeanine. Next speaker.
Good morning, everyone. it's not moving forward.
Click into the screen the first time.
Okay, there. Okay, so we probably all familiar with algorithmic pricing. It's been around for decades. We know there's efficiencies associated with it. We engage in more focused price discrimination, more dynamic pricing in terms of having prices respond to changing market conditions, improved optimization, all sorts of things. Okay, what has become an interesting twist to it in recent years is the outsourcing of algorithmic pricing to data analytics companies. So you just think about the following. There's some data analytics company, a firm signs a contract with them. The firm shares data with that third party. That third party takes all the data they have from the subscribing firms, as well as other data they collect. They train a pricing algorithm. With that pricing algorithm, they input current data for the firm and for the firm's market. That produces a recommendation, which they give to the subscribing firm, and the subscribing firm can decide whether or not to implement that recommendation. And the subscribing firm may decide to automate adoption, or they might decide to override it, but nevertheless, the prices could influence what they price. So that's the basic process. And furthermore, just as much as there are efficiencies from algorithmic pricing, there's potential efficiencies from outsourcing. The third party is going to have more data than any individual firm. They're going to have more expertise and experience. They can have a staff of data scientists and economists, and some small operation is not going to make that kind of investment. And furthermore, the third party has stronger incentives to develop better pricing algorithms, because if they come up with one, they can license this to many firms. And so I see this as just another make or buy decision for a firm. It's not a physical commodity, but rather it's pricing software. Do I do it internally, or do I use a third party? Okay, so far, so good. But then when we think about this from a competition policy perspective, we see there's a tension here. Yes, there are these efficiencies. There's a legitimate reason for why a firm would contract with a third party to assist them in their pricing. But if that common third party has as subscribing firms competitors in a market, well, then we immediately have some concern about potential anti-competitive harm. They're making price recommendations to competitors. Okay. Well, if you listen to private litigants in the United States, these concerns have manifested themselves. There's been a whole lot of private litigation. Probably the most well-known case is involving RealPage and apartment rentals. There's also ones against Yardi, which are the data analytics companies. You have ones against hotels. So ideas and rainmakers are providing these pricing services focused on hotels. There's one recent one on rentals, out of network health services. So a lot of private litigation going on. Whether it's justified or not, that's a question yet to be answered, but certainly there's a lot of activity. And then furthermore, there's recently been growing activity from enforcers, public enforcers. And there's one public enforcement case in the US involving RealPage, and then I know that investigations have been looked into in the gasoline market. There are these third parties, Aprix, Calibrate, and other ones. And there's been concerns in Brazil and Canada, which led to investigations. And just last week, the CMA announced that they are pursuing an investigation in the hotel sector regarding these third-party services.
Sorry, so the public investigations are clear. So the private investigations are what's the argument there? Because, there seems to be a tension, right? So the public sort of investigations is that they're colluding, so hence this is bad. Yeah. So what are the private investigations on? Okay,
well, the litigants here are the consumers in a market. These are class action suits.
There's not the companies. But
yeah. So they're going to be also arguing that there's a price fixing.
Right. Not exclusive companies
either. And in fact, kind of following up on that question, when we think about sources of anti-competitive harm, I would say there's three that have been potentially identified. One, which is that the data analytics company and the subscribing firms have an unlawful price-fixing agreement. And that's what's being claimed in the private litigation. And so it's just another kind of variant of a hub-and-spoke collusion, where now the hub is a data links company. A second kind of theory of harm here, which is actually the theory pursued by the Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice in their case against RealPage, is there's an unlawful information exchange agreement. And the difference in the US is that, well, if you can establish there's a price-fixing agreement that's per se unlawful, you're done. With an information sharing agreement, you have to, even if you establish there is such an agreement, you have to show it's actually harmful. You have to show effect. And so that's a bigger hurdle, which is quite honestly, I think, one of the reasons why the private litigants have gone for the price-fixing agreement. So both of those kind of neatly fall into competition law. The third one is the interesting one, and so it's going to be our focus today, which is the harm from unilateral conduct by the data links company. That is, this data links company is programming in super competitive prices without the request, approval, or knowledge of the subscribing firms. And the kind of the argument there is that they say, well, I want to create more value to my subscribing firms. I can do that through these efficiencies. I can also do that by having them all just charge higher prices. And if I deliver additional value, I can extract some of that through the fee I charge. Okay. Yes, Flavio.
So the data analytics company, how are they remunerated? Is that a fixed rate, or do they share the profits?
Okay, so that information isn't entirely public, but what we do know, it's really more in terms of a fixed rate. And I think partly is that if they were actually doing it as a share of profit, they really run much greater kind of antitrust law risk. Okay.
But it also means that their incentives to have super competitive prices is weaker.
That's right, yes. And so that's going to be the first question that I'm going to address here is, to what extent does this generate an incentive to program at super competitive prices? Okay, so there's that first question. So these are the two questions that I want to address in my time, and I'll just kind of briefly review kind of two papers. One is, aligned with that third theory of harm, does a third party have a unilateral incentive to program in a super competitive market? And this is work that goes back to my 2022 paper, Management Science, which Jeanine was the editor on, and I have to say publicly, it was a much better paper at the end of the process. You did really make me work. And this is kind of following up on that paper. And that's joint work with Wharton. And then when asked from a policy perspective, if there is a unilateral incentive, what's the possible remedy? And this doesn't kind of neatly fall into competition law, since you're getting, in some sense, the effects of exclusive agreement without an agreement. Again, that's just through this unilateral conduct of the third party. And this is joint work with Sam Weinstein, who's a legal scholar at Rochester Law School, and that's just was recently accepted in the Harvard Journal of Law and Technology. Okay, so I'm going to just kind of briefly review those two papers today. So let me just start with that first paper. So what we're going to have here, we have a model with a continuum of firms. So I'm thinking that what I really want is, there's certain strategic effects that really would complicate the analysis with the finite number of firms. Those kind of go away with the continuum of firms. But we're going to still have an imperfectly competitive market. Symmetrically differentiated products. Each market's going to be composed of a continuum of submarkets, and we'll see that a little more clearly in a slide or two. And then in each submarket, we're just going to have just linear demand, where the firm's demand depends upon its own price and the average price of the firms in the market. Okay, so the continuum of competitors is affecting the firm's demand through the average price. And what's going to be important for our analysis is the demand intercept A. That's going to be a source of demand variation. It's going to provide a rationale for the existence of the third party. And just in terms of moving forward, A has a mean mu, we'll be seeing, and a variance sigma squared.
So A is firm specific, is what you're saying?
It's not firm specific.
No.
It's sub-market specific.
Sub-market.
And I'll elaborate upon that in 2 slides. Okay, so here's the raison d'etre for the third party. Firms cannot condition their price on the variation in A. Okay? They just don't have the capability. That's the capability of the third party. So we're not going to get into an explicit model of data sharing. We're just going to jump to this information advantage of the third party. And so the third party, you can condition price on A, and so we have, think of its pricing algorithm being given by phi, mapping from the set of demand states to the set of prices. And you're going to see this theta running around. I allow for the fact, just really for generality's sake, to say that a fraction theta firms do consider using the third-party services. And they'll make their decision accordingly. 1 minus theta, don't consider it at all. And just always are basically, are just not going to think about using the third party. It's just generality, allows us to do comparative statics with regards to theta, but we could set theta equal to 1 and just say all the firms can consider using a third party service. Okay, this is going to give you a little bit of market microstructure for what's behind things. We won't have to drag along a lot of the notation here. We just focus on what's really critical. But this is a way to think about the kind of overall market. So we have this continuum of submarkets, and submarkets are identified by firms and the third party. It would be like, the location and characteristics of an apartment building, kind of, or the area, I should say, location of an apartment buildings, or a day of the week for gasoline. So these are the submarkets where you might think about wanting to tailor price to the conditions in that submarket. So all the parties kind of know where the submarkets are and what they are. And then there's some mapping lambda from the set of markets to the demand states. So lambda here is going to tell us, what are the demand states for these submarkets in any period. And so what I'm going to assume here, when I say there's demand variation, I'm going to assume in each period, lambda is randomly drawn, which is just saying that, well, we have a random assignment of demand states to submarkets. Okay, now, here are the 2 key assumptions, and this is what we just have to keep in mind. The first assumption here is just a simplifying assumption, and this is that there's this ex-ante symmetry across submarkets. So before the realization of the demand variation for that period, the prior density function on the demand state for a submarket is given by G, and that's true for all submarkets. Okay, so that's where. So you have this ex-ante symmetry, and this will simplify things by saying if you don't get any more information, you work off your prior beliefs, you're going to set the same price in every submarket, and I refer to it as uniform. So ex-ante submarkets are identical. The real key assumption here, which is a restrictive one, but we get a lot of analytical tractability, is that there's no aggregate uncertainty. So you have the realization of the demand variation for that period. We look at the distribution of realized demand states across the continuum of submarkets. That distribution is given by G. Okay. So at every period, what's changing from period to period? The aggregate distribution over demand states isn't changing from period to period. It's always G. You aggregate that over all the submarkets. What differs from period to period is which submarkets have, for example, high demand and which have low demand. That's what varies. And that's what the third party is going to assist the firm with, and say, okay, I'm going to tell you that this submarket now has high demand, charge, for example, high price. This one has low demand, charge a low price. But going forward, we're just going to have to keep track of G and the lambdas and the measures we don't have. Okay, so we're going to be looking at this in an infinitely repeated setting. And this is what happens within each period. A third party is going to choose a pricing algorithm, phi, and a price for using it, a fee, which is given by F. Okay, so just a fixed price. Firms are going to observe the pricing algorithm and the fee, and the theta firms who or basically have the opportunity to be able to make an adoption decision. Now, this is clearly an heroic assumption to say you observe the pricing algorithm, the proprietary information of the third party, but we need to make some assumption to be able, for the firm to be able to figure out, well, what's my willingness to pay for this pricing algorithm? Do I want to incur the fee or not?
What kind of information firms observe? What is that they see based to decide on the adoption?
Well, they have the prior information. They won't get any new information in terms of deciding whether or not to adopt, other than the algorithm and the fee.
No, but the algorithm is what? So what is it? When
It's a function from demand states to prices. Yeah. And we'll get more concrete on that when we get it. Okay. The first make their adoption decisions we can think of as requests, and we'll see where this comes in. And the third party can decide, say, yes, I will supply you the pricing algorithm as you requested, or they can deny that request.
Sorry, so this adoption decision is independent across firms?
Yes, yes. Yeah, we want them independent, right. Because once they're not independent, now we're back into the alternative theories of harm. Which is worthy of investigation, but that's not what we're doing here. So they're just going to make independent decisions. They're going to make, and we'll see this, they're going to take as given other firms' adoption decisions and make it. And then finally, an adoption rate is realized and observed. And what's going to happen then? Well, those firms who adopted the pricing algorithm are going to receive price recommendations. They can decide whether or not to implement them. And the firms who did not adopt, well, as I said, they don't have any more information about the demand state. Given the symmetry, ex-ante symmetry across submarkets, they'll just set the same price in all submarkets. Yes?
It's a model. I'm just struggling a little bit with a modeling assumption. What exactly these submarkets do for you? Because it seems that equally you can have one market and you just don't know the demand realization in that market. You impose some ergodicity assumption that every period that's the demand state in that market will be drawn from the same distribution, and the pricing algorithm just gives you a recommendation for that market. Why do you need a continuum of markets? What do they buy for you? Maybe I'm missing something.
Okay, so I'll try to elaborate upon this. What it does, it takes us from a continuum of incentive compatibility constraints to one. This surprised me a lot. So I'll see if I can elaborate upon that without kind of... okay, let me really say this. What you're going to have in your structure is there will be aggregate uncertainty. We have one market, we get a random draw on it, and so that's going to vary across the periods, right? In this structure, that does not vary across the periods. And the fact that I don't have any aggregate uncertainty with this structure is going to result in one IC constraint as opposed to, as I say, a continuum of that. And I can elaborate on more of that later this time. So, no, it's a very relevant question because, for example, a management science paper, there's a different structure to it and allow for that interpretation as well.
One question on the non-adopting firms. Are they strategic?
Of course.
Why they cannot follow you without buying the...
Oh, okay. Well, you will make simultaneous price decisions. We are going to assume you make simultaneous price decisions. And I think so you're thinking about, I'm not going to pay the fee and I'm just going to look at other firms' prices. And yeah, so here, formally, they're making simultaneous price decisions is the answer to that. Kind of realistically, you start thinking about that, you think of, well, for example, think about gasoline. You're getting these price recommendations several times in a day. Trying to imitate other firms' prices and learn about that, you're always going to be behind things. So there's that one reason why that's not so easy to do.
But that could be good, right? So I'm just going to be 5 cents less than you. You're the leader, I'm the follower.
Well, but you get leader, follower then, but once again, I mean, everyone can change their prices, including what they're calling the leader. It's a different structure. I mean, it's because you're nowhere, you're subscribing to this firm, but you can change price. You can do whatever you want. You're not committed to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, just to play the devil's advocate, that stage 3 thing, isn't that abuse of a dominant position in itself? If you reject somebody who wants to buy from you and you're not capacity constrained?
I mean, I guess it potentially could be. I mean, in the U.S., I would say it really does have to be argued that it's kind of recognized as a default that you have the right to deny service to someone. You decide, I don't want to serve you. And so now you have to kind of argue that. You may be able to argue it here, though. At the end of the day, we're going to, well, let's see the results and see whether, and you can come back and tell me, is there an abuse of dominance case to pursue here?
Well, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
Okay, so this is what's happened in each period. And then this is going to be an infinitely repeated situation. Let me not get into the information that they know. What's really just important for what's going to, moving forward, is that a third party will know what the prices that were charged by firms that subscribe to them. And that seems reasonable. And that's what's going to be.
And the adoption decision is an absorbing state or?
No, this is what's happening in every period.
Every sub-period?
Every yes. And that is just for, you pay that for that period. Next period, you can decide not to use their services. Yeah. So it really, it is an influence. Okay, so. Okay. You're welcome. Let me just tell you a little bit about the strategy profile we'll be focusing upon. I don't want to write the whole thing here, it's kind of complicated. But think about a strategy profile where the third party has a stationary outcome. Each period is going to be offering the same pricing algorithm as this week. There's nothing dynamic reason to cause it to change that. And what it's going to do is that in terms of this accept a request, a desire to use their services, they're going to accept the request if that firm has always implemented the recommended prices in the past. And if they've ever departed from that, they're going to deny service. And we'll see that this is just a device to incentivize firms to implement the recommended prices. Okay. You may be on the way to your abuse of dominance, so you can keep track. And then the firms who are making adoption decisions, I mean, this is almost kind of just, you find what equilibrium conditions is. They're always just making them, you know, if their willingness to pay is at least the size of the fee, they're going to buy it because there's, once again, nothing dynamic here. They're making just static decisions, except they got to make, they'll have a decision about, well, do I implement the recommended prices or not? Recognizing there's dynamics associated with that. And if they don't do so, they're not going to have access to the pricing algorithm in the future. Okay. So I think that's what you could just need to know, kind of.
It's forever or?
Forever, yeah. We could do it for a finite length of time, but think about it forever.
If they don't adopt, if they don't follow.
If they don't follow. And I should say at this point, that's a big issue in this litigation as to what extent was the third party real paid, for example, pressuring firms into implementing the recommended prices. It's certainly a big issue on the defendant side. Okay, so what I'm going to do is build to the equilibrium conditions and get to what that looks like and its properties. So here is a profit for a submarket with demand state A. Here's a firm's price cost markup, and then here's its demand. Once again, it depends on own price and average price. And let's suppose all theta firms that could adopt do adopt. A non-adopting firm, which is going to be strategic, is going to price according to this psi of phi. So given the pricing algorithm, given theta firms use that pricing algorithm, this is going to be a firm's profit when the demand state turns out to be A, which they will know because they're a non-adopting firm. And so that depends on the price they choose, the average price of all the other firms. Theta, using the pricing algorithm, 1 minus theta, are also a non-adopting firm. And then we just integrate that or take the sum over different demand states, and we're looking for an equilibrium here. Okay. Given all the other non-adopting firms set psi, this is non-adopting firm set psi. And so then this gives us a non-adopting firm's profit. Once we have that expression, we just stick that in for P. And then an adopting firm's profit, assuming it implements the recommended prices, is going to be this expression here, which is the same as here, except that its price will be given by the pricing algorithm, depending upon what the demand state is for that submarket. And what I've done here is I've kind of summed this up over all the demand states, but what we're really doing is summing it up over all the submarkets. And so you can just think of G of A or all the submarkets with demand state A. In those submarkets, the third party is going to recommend phi of A, and that's the price that I will. Here I'm assumed to implement. These terms will go into the condition ensuring that a firm does want to adopt the pricing algorithm. Now there's the issue of, well, if it adopts it, does it implement the recommended prices? So what we want to do is figure out, well, what is its profit if it chooses not to do so? The punishment from not doing so is the same regardless of how many submarkets they deviate from or how much they deviate. It's denial of service. So if they're going to deviate, they're going to do so to maximize their current profits. And here what's key is that they're going to get these price recommendations, and that's going to tell them something about the demand state for that submarket. Okay. The third party isn't saying, oh, the demand state is this in the submarket. They're saying charge price P prime in that submarket. But knowing the pricing algorithm phi, knowing the recommended price, they'll learn something about what the demand state is in that submarket. And this will be their posterior beliefs on that. And so then, if they're going to deviate, they're going to want to choose a price to maximize their expected profits in that submarket, given their beliefs about what the demand state is. Okay? And once again, typically it's given the average price of all the other firms. So here's a subscribing firm been told to charge P prime in this submarket. They're assuming that the other adopting firms are going to do so. Non-adopting firms set their non-adopting uniform price. And C of P prime is just now the price that maximizes expected profits in that submarket, given what that price has informed the firm about, informed them about regarding the demand in that submarket. And then we just, once again, aggregate that over all submarkets, and we'll get phi of D, which is just the profits from deviating, maximal profits from deviating from the price recommendations.
There's something. Let me see whether I'm translating correctly what you're saying here. Usually, firms are going to be buying a ready-made algorithm by someone else if they are smaller. But if I am bigger, I can have my own algorithm, so I don't need to buy. So this is actually compounding my advantage because I get the information from what the others are doing through this ready-made algorithm, and then I can strategically gain a further advantage. Is that correct? I think that's what McKay and Weinstein are saying in a previous article, that they're saying that, there is, some companies will use over-the-counter algorithms, but others don't need to.
Yeah, well, I should say, a couple of points there. None of these are over-the-counter pricing algorithms. Okay, they've all been tailored to a particular market. Yeah. Now, you raise a point there that we're not encompassing the option to a firm to develop it on its own. Yeah. And that's clearly worth pursuing. It just isn't here. And I also think it's really important to pursue because, yes, there is this heterogeneity across subscribing firms. I think about in the case of hotels, I do kind of sometimes scratch my head to think that, okay, a very large hotel is using, third-party services. There may be some value to that. It's probably not a massive value, though, since how big they are and how much price data they have. Yeah. A small operation, you can kind of see where there's a lot of value to it. So that's an important dimension that's clearly worth pursuing. This isn't in this model. Okay, so this is the basic problem faced by the third party. They're going to choose a pricing algorithm phi and a price for it, a fee, F, to maximize their revenue. We can just, we can think of fixed costs associated with designing the pricing algorithm. But to maximize their revenue, subject to two constraints. First, they want to induce those theta firms who are considering it to adopt. So they need this condition to be satisfied. The profits to adopting minus the fee is at least as great as the profits to not adopting, assuming you implement the recommended prices. And then we have the second constraint, and this is what differs really from my 2022 paper, is the ensuring that you actually want to go through with the recommended prices. In that 2022 paper, it was just assumed that you would implement, okay? Which I think is right for certain contexts, but other ones, you need to look at that. And so that's going to, as they be given here. So here's your profits from adopting, that is, implementing the recommended prices. Here's your future present value from that, and you'll still be able to purchase the services. And we need to be at least as great as the profits from deviating, saying, well, I'm going to override those recommendations and choose the prices that maximize my current expected profits, given what I've learned about demand from the recommended prices. And your future present value, well, that's just from getting from non-adopting. Okay. Now you can be denied service. Okay.
Do you need a constraint to ensure that there's is incentive compatible for the third party to exclude after a deviation?
Well, okay, here
do you assume that they commit?
Well, here, I mean, this is kind of a bit of a cheat. I have a continuum of firms. And so in equilibrium, we think about, a firm's going to think about, well, should I deviate? And the fact is, with a continuum of firms, continuum minus, a measure minus 1 is still the same measure. And so, yes, they're indifferent as to whether or not they deny service to me and why not. So, yeah, so if that wasn't the case, then you would need to kind of deal with that.
Or you just assume that they can commit.
You can just assume they commit, and you can assume there's reputation as well, okay? But you would have to explicitly deal with that. I kind of avoid that problem with the continuum. Yes, Jeanine.
I'm wondering about the definition of a time period here, right? Because you mentioned one interpretation of submarkets is day of week or time of day. So should I think of, and that kind of interferes with the time period potentially.
Yeah.
So is it like the time it takes to the third party to detect that someone didn't follow the recommendation and then react, or?
Yeah, no, I hear you, and I don't have a kind of a good answer because there's different timing going on here. There is kind of the decision about when you're learning about when market demand is being realized, you learn about it, and then there's the decision about when do you once again think about adopting the pricing algorithm. And those do coincide here, and so I'll just have to think through what that information might be, but it's a very good point. Okay, so in solving this problem, what we show is that the equilibrium pricing algorithm is affine in the demand state, and that's something which in some early work of it just kind of assumed is affine, and then look at the particular coefficients. But here we kind of show it's affine. These are the coefficients. You get a closed form solution. Don't concentrate too much on that. A lot of parameters. One thing I'll just point out is here's the equilibrium fee, and sigma squared, recall, is the variance to the demand state. So as you expect, the fee is going to be higher when the service you provide is more valuable. When there's more demand variability, it's more useful to build the condition price on the demand state, and the fact is the third party will charge a higher fee. Okay, what we want to do now is look at the properties of this. So let's see. I go until.
Yeah, we stole 5 of your minutes, so you're going to get those back.
Okay, so like 11:20 or so, is that like that? Okay. So, and then I'll quickly go through on the remedy part. But, so let me just say here, in fact, let me just kind of get to some punchlines. So the first question we want to address here was, does the third party have a unilateral incentive to program in a super competitive markup? And the answer is no. It's something I found in my management science paper. It's also true having endogenized the implementation decision of prices. But basically, what we just want to recognize is that the competitive benchmark that we use here is one in which those firms could independently design the price algorithm to condition on the demand state. That's the appropriate benchmark, and if you do that, that's what it looks like. This is the average price. Mu, recall, is the mean demand state, and the average price to our equilibrium third-party price algorithm is the same thing. Okay.
Excuse me. So, I'm sorry, for the benchmark, you still have theta, a share theta of firms which have learned the demand through their own algorithm, and a share 1 minus theta they haven't learned?
Exactly.
You've kept those?
Exactly. That's exactly right. Okay, so just to give you a little intuition for why we're not getting a super competitive markup, let's go back to that adoption IC constraint and just rearrange it in this way, which just says the willingness to pay, which is profit from adopting minus profit from not adopting, is at least as great as the fee. And so you can think about, just from that constraint, the third party wants to maximize that willingness to pay. Okay. And so here, you think about it here, so here's our demand state, here's price, maybe this third party's pricing algorithm. Why doesn't it just shift that thing up, raise the average price? Okay. That will increase the profits from adopting, but it also increases the profits from not adopting. And in fact, it's shown it increases the profit from not adopting more, because those non-adopting firms are going to exploit the fact that adopting firms are setting a high average price. So in principle, the third party could build in a super competitive markup. They find it's not profitable to do so. That would actually lower the willingness to pay and lower the price they could charge for the pricing algorithm. Now, what does differ between what a third party designs and what firms would design on their own, which is given by the competitive pricing algorithm here, is that it's a steeper slope. That is, the price is more sensitive to the demand state. And this just comes from the fact that the third party is internalizing the externality of strategic complements. When the demand is strong, okay, firms are going to set a higher price. They're not going to take into account if they're setting prices independently. They're not going to take into account the fact that their higher price, increases the desire of other firms to set a higher price. The third party is going to take that into account. And so that means when demand is strong, prices are higher than competitive prices. When demand is weak, prices are lower. Okay. Now, you might say that, well, here is, and the thing about this is, you can say that, well, it internalizes this externality regarding kind of the responsiveness to demand. What about internalizing the externality of higher average prices? And the key thing is, as I mentioned, non-adopting firms will exploit a higher average price. They cannot exploit this. Because to exploit this, they need to know when demand is strong and the prices are really high, and when demand is weak and prices are low. So the third party's problem is it can be cast as, okay, I want to create a lot of value to these firms from adopting, but I don't want my pricing algorithm to be exploitable by a non-adopter. And then now let me bring in the incentive compatibility constraint for implementing the recommended prices. So you see here, here's the third party's pricing algorithm, here's the competitive pricing algorithm. And so the problem is going to be when demand is strong, you're recommending prices above the static national equilibrium prices. Firms are going to have an incentive there to want to price lower than the recommended prices. And when demand is weak, you're recommending prices below the static national equilibrium prices. So the short-run incentive there is for firms to price above the recommended prices. And so that's what's going to potentially constrain what the third party does. If this constraint, IC constraint, for implementing the recommended prices is not binding, well, the slope of this is going to be exactly the slope for the joint profit maximizing price algorithm. But if the constraint is binding, that the third party's pricing algorithm is going to have to kind of lower the slope, recognizing that, well, when demand is strong and I'm recommending a high price, if I really work off of the unconstrained case, they're going to want to undercut that price. So I'm going to have to somewhat recommend a lower price. Okay, so my last 5 minutes, let me skip over that. Let me just talk about kind of remedy. So here's the thing about it. I found that there isn't a unilateral incentive to program a super competitive market, but as Ray would point out, there's lots of other things to look at here. I have no reason to think that result is yet universal. It's just this is what we've gotten by initial examination. So I think it is important to start thinking about remedies if in fact there is that unilateral incentive. And we want to think about design a remedy that, that is going to, kind of address the potential harm, but not interfere with the efficiencies. And so I think what I'll just do is kind of end up just kind of saying what the proposed remedy is and not kind of go into a discussion of it. But to get there, we should say that there has been a lot of activities regarding remedies. In the US, we have it at the federal level proposed, state levels, some states have passed it. In municipalities, they've passed legislation, implemented it. And there's a common prohibition, which is that a third party should not make prices contingent on non-public competitor data. So if firms A and B both use this third party, the prices they recommend to firm A cannot depend upon the private data that firm B supplied to the third party. So it's been focused on information sharing. The U.S. Department of Justice, in their final judgment for the real page, just in last November, also made restrictions on the use of non-public competitor data, but also, I thought was interesting, started putting restrictions on the pricing algorithm itself. Kind of imposing that it has to be kind of treat kind of some sense price increases and price decreases symmetrically. It cannot incentivize accepting a price recommendation or repeat overriding. And so all this is about now the pricing algorithm. Okay, so we'll see whether or not this is extended more generally, specific to that case. But I see two basic kind of potential problems with this. One is, data restrictions are going to harm efficiencies because you're saying that, well, the third party can't use all the data they've received to make price recommendations. Now you might think that, well, maybe that's not too much of a price to pay to avoid harm. But I think you also recognize this is going to really disadvantage smaller firms and firms. Because they're saying that, yeah, those price recommendations can only be based basically on their private data, which may not be much. So that's a concern. And I think it's just simply too early to start thinking about regulating the pricing algorithm. We just really don't quite understand the third party's incentives and properties of the pricing algorithm. And I have a paper which kind of shows where, that could go awry. So,
sorry, and by the way, in a lot of markets, you have publicly available data on prices.
Yes, right.
For everybody.
Yes, that's right. And you could imagine kind of saying, trying to break apart data and optimization. Okay. And that's possible. And in some markets we know in gasoline markets, this is what governments have been doing in Chile, Germany, perhaps other places, to make that data available. Okay, and so I'll end with this slide here. So when I think about a remedy, there's kind of two conditions I want to have to satisfy. One is that it's going to apply to unilateral conduct with the third party. In the event the third party is the only one with that incentive, there's no understanding with subscribing firms. But I think it could also be useful even when there is an agreement, but it proves hard to actually show an agreement, whereby you could still hold the third party liable. And as I said, the other kind of condition is that we don't really try to regulate the design of the pricing algorithm. I think we're just going to get that wrong. When you know more, then we may be in a position. And so this is what the proposed remedy that Sam and I have developed, and then we kind of analyze the pros and cons of in the paper, which is advising competitors in their pricing when it is reasonably foreseeable that it makes substantially less than competition is unlawful. So what we're going to really do is, rather than the government ex ante trying to think of, well, how do we restrict the pricing algorithm to avoid harm, let's put this really burden on the firms. We're going to know best, and to say, listen, if you pursue things which you knowingly are going to cause harm, then you're going to be in violation of this law here. Okay. And And to me, that's kind of overall kind of a better strategy. So, and yeah, let me stop there. So.
So your counterfactual is competitive algorithms by different firms. But when we talk about remedies, really one of the remedies was to prohibit the third party from denying the service, or effectively. Mm-hmm. So they're actually counterfactual, or maybe they are the same. The counterfactual of looking at stationary equilibrium where the third party cannot deny the service. So you taking your repeated game, but basically saying, well, we are looking at a stationary mark of equilibrium, which depends on I guess the state of demand, aggregate state of demand doesn't change, so that would be, yeah. Anyway.
Okay, but just see what the effects are if we didn't allow them to deny service. Yeah. Now, of course, one have to think about, well, are there other ways they can get around that? They could provide, you know, less informative information. They could, potentially, now you might say this could also come under charge a higher fee. You can think about what we're doing here is basically saying we can charge an infinite fee and deny service. So I think people would want to pursue, what are ways a third party could potentially get around that.
I just want to say, not to regulate the design of the algorithm, but what about the transparency of the algorithm? Should the regulator require the transparency, the availability of the code of the algorithm, the transparency of the algorithm, so that they can apply, simulate with it and themselves?
I'm sorry, you're asking about the transparency of the pricing algorithm?
Yes, whether the regulator could ask to look into it, to be able to read.
We make that part of a kind of a...
Yeah.
Yes, and that's right. And some of the proposed laws have had that, or basically, the right, I think the federal legislation with the right to be able to examine it and
simulate how,
Right, that's right. And so that kind of gets also at, how once you determine the answer to this question, in various ways, one of which is to basically subpoena the pricing algorithm and be able to experiment with it.
Like in sandpit, labs and something, competition.
Yes. And kind of get at, well, what's really the third party's kind of objective in their designing the pricing algorithm. These optimization routines have objectives. If they have one where, you're trying to maximize joint profits, well, then you're already in kind of violation here. So.
Yeah. Okay, why don't we get back here for the next talk 5 minutes later than planned? So at 35. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for connecting again, and all our best wishes are with you. And thanks for, we know that it's a very difficult time for all of you guys, so thank you very much for connecting again and for joining this talk. So the floor is all yours. So we're all waiting to hear.
Okay, wow, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Christos, thank you, Flavio, Mary, Janeway Institute, for a wonderful conference. I'm really sorry that I could not be with you in person, and I really appreciate being able to connect in this way. It's not obvious to me. Zoom presentations are not typically very much fun. I will try to make this one fun, but let's see how it works. At any rate, I really appreciate this opportunity. So this paper is joined with Henri Zvuluni, who is our graduate student at the Hebrew U. And the paper is about manager efficiencies. The point of the paper ultimately is to provide a simple method to estimate the magnitude and to learn something about the nature of manager efficiencies, the efficiencies that are associated with horizontal management. I emphasize a simple method because we want to produce something that could potentially be deployed by antitrust authorities and practitioners on a large scale to study many managers. But then, of course, a simple method also means very simplifying assumptions, many restrictions. This would not always work. Hopefully it works sometimes. And what I will focus on today is to show an application of this approach to a high-profile airline manager, the one between US Air and American Airlines back in 2013, hopefully it will become clear that this might be applicable more broadly with many strings attached and limitations. So a little bit before the method, why should we try to estimate merger efficiencies or care about it? So our interest goes back at least to this similar paper by Williamson, who argued for this trade-off between anti-competitive effects and pro-competitive effects associated with merger efficiencies. These effects could potentially offset each other, maybe yes, maybe no. The point of Williamson was to try to encourage us to take merger efficiencies seriously and to try to learn something about them. This has a lot to do with the type of enforcement and environment that existed back in the 60s, which was pretty tough. So this is a story for another day. But I think that it's well received that we should try to learn more about merger efficiencies when we can. However, despite the fact that almost 6 decades have passed, the body of empirical evidence on the actual cost savings, on the actual reduction in, say, the economic marginal cost following a merger is quite limited. We have many mergers taking place. Mergers are debated. Lawyers, economists argue, will this merger be efficient, yes or no? But we typically do not go back and ask how efficient was it, or actually try to estimate the efficiency itself. This does not result from laziness in any way. It's just that it's a really hard problem. We ultimately really care about the object called the economic marginal cost, and that's not readily observable in data. So we need to try and get around that, and things get quite complicated. But one way or the other, we don't really have much evidence on a large scale on the actual prevalence of merger efficiencies, and specifically marginal cost reductions that are stemming from horizontal mergers. So, in part because of that, there is a great deal of healthy skepticism when people say, oh, this merger will be highly efficient. It's very easy to promise efficiencies, but will we actually end up realizing them after the merger is allowed to go through? So Rose and Shapiro here argue that, well, we should be skeptical because there is no robust body of empirical evidence showing that this stuff actually happens in most cases or in many cases. Yet another reason to be somewhat skeptic is related to theoretical grounds. Sure enough, there are many stories that could make that could help a merger drive efficiency gains, but things could also go the other way around. So it could be more difficult to manage a larger operation. There could be diseconomies of scale, diseconomies of scope, corporate cultural clashes when you try to bring two organizations together. We know that all of these things are possible, and on account of all of this, we may be skeptical that merger efficiencies are that large to begin with, or that prevalent to begin with, and we don't really have much evidence in support of it, but there is always the other side of the coin. So here, Robert Bork, of course, is the one to express it, and he's saying something that I think we should be very sympathetic to. He says, you economists, you don't really have much evidence on this because you don't know how to measure it. And that's why you say that it's not important, because you can't measure it. That's actually an interesting point. And indeed, when we think about all the subtle ways in which merger efficiencies could obtain, we might actually agree that it might be difficult to estimate them systematically. Because it's not just economies of scale or a very simple mechanism. It could be that one of the emerging parties has a very good product and the other one has a very good distribution system. And somehow you put them together and all of a sudden you have a much more efficient firm. There could be a bunch of stories, and our ability to systematically model and capture them may indeed be somewhat limited. With all this in mind, I think we can agree that we would like to learn more about the issue. What do we typically do when it comes to the empirical study of mergers? We typically do one of the following two things. We either perform an ex-ante merger simulation, where we try to predict the price effect of the merger, given an assumed level of cost savings. So we can estimate the cross-price elasticities and try to simulate what is likely to be the price effect of the merger, assuming that there is no efficiency, assuming that marginal cost will decline by 5%, by 10%. These are very useful exercises, but they do not deliver direct evidence on the cost saving itself. You're just making assumptions, and under different assumptions you can see what will happen. Very useful, but does not deliver evidence of the efficiency itself. Another thing that we do quite a bit, also very useful, is an ex post examination of consummated mergers, where we try to figure out what happened, what was the causal effect of the merger on prices. Did prices go up or down following the merger, typically with some sort of a difference in differences design. Also very useful, but here we capture the total effect of the pro-competitive and anti-competitive effect together. So if I see that, for example, that the price didn't actually move, it could be that there was a large anti-competitive effect perfectly offset by a very large pro-competitive effect. I simply don't know if all I do is to study the effect on the final price. And then there is a smaller literature that actually tries to go beyond that and learn directly about the merger efficiency itself. So our paper is a modest contribution to that line of work. However, in that line of work, people typically try to estimate production functions, or take very detailed micro-level, firm-level data. We do something different. We do something that is way more crude than any of that stuff, for better and worse. So what do we do? So we propose an econometric method that's designed to teach us something about efficiency gains from horizontal mergers. The way it's set up now is quite limiting, in fact, because this works for homogeneous good industries. So if your industry cannot be sort of reasonably assumed to be captured by a homogeneous good assumption, maybe our approach is not the way to go. We need to observe that the data requirements, at least, are very minimal. We do need to observe a cross-section of markets, where some of the markets are affected by the merger and some of them hopefully are not. And we also need to observe some post-merger outcomes. That means that this method is not meant to provide a prediction of the effect of the efficiency that's likely to emerge from a merger that has yet to take place. But this method can be used to go back, look at mergers that actually materialized, and then try to measure how efficient they may have been. Okay, what do we get, assuming that we are willing to swallow all of these limitations? What do we get out of this? The first thing that we get is a classification of these markets, these different markets, say a cross-section of markets that are associated with the industry in question. The first thing we do is to classify them according to the sign of the merger's output effect. So for some of these markets, we would say the merger had causally led to output expansion. In some other markets, we would say the merger had causally led to output contraction, and yet in some other markets, we would say we don't know, it's too noisy, we cannot classify the effect. The other thing we do, if on top of this classification exercise, we are also willing to add another assumption, which is that everybody behaves according to the Cournot model, which might be a big ask, but if we are willing to do that, we can also compute bounds on the marginal cost savings that are jumping right out of some really nice inequalities that appear in this classic paper by Ferrer and Shapiro involving mergers in Cournot, in a Cournot environment. Just intuitively, what's going on here? So the basic intuition, which I think we are not the first to build on, is that if I know what actually happened to output following the merger, that gives me a big hint as to what might have been going on with merger efficiencies. If I see that output expanded, it tells me that the efficiency could not have been too low. In fact, it had to be something. Without any efficiency, without any marginal cost savings, prices are likely to go up, output is likely to go down. So I can get a lower bound on the magnitude of the efficiency if I actually observe that output has expanded. If I observe that output contracted, then it's the other way around, and I get to learn that the marginal cost saving could not have been too large. So I can obtain an upper bound on how large the marginal cost saving might have been. That's just the intuition. In practice, what do we do? So the first step is to go market by market and ask, did output go up or down in this market as a causal effect of the merger? That's not an easy question to answer because the output cannot simply be compared before the merger and after the merger, because many things affect the output other than the merger itself. So typically this is addressed in a differences design. You compare the treated markets to control markets that were not affected by the merger, and you obtain an average treatment effect of the merger on prices and output, sometimes on innovation, on a bunch of things. That's great, but that gives you an average effect. We would like to get a market-by-market classification. Did output go up or down on account of the merger in specific markets that belong in this industry? So because of that, this first step for us, it's not really an econometric step, it's more of a statistical or classification exercise, using some words that appear familiar, like synthetic control, nearest neighbor, but not the typical average treatment effect exercise, but literally going market by market and trying to classify them in this way. Did output go up or down on account of the merger in this market? Once I have that, with some additional structure, which unfortunately is no, we can translate the intuition from the top part of the slide into an actual bound on how large the efficiency gain might have been. And depending on whether I learned that output went up or down in some particular market, the bound would either be a lower bound or an upper bound. But it's actually the same bound, and it's one that's very easy to compute. That's basically what's going on. Okay, we applied this, as I mentioned, to this high-profile merger of US Air and American Airlines. Let me just tell you what we find when we do this, and then the rest of the time I will spend trying to clarify how this actually works. So we actually find that output expansions are quite prevalent in this case. Even according to the most conservative approach, in roughly slightly below 50% of the markets that are directly affected by this merger actually experienced output expansions. And if I restrict attention to the classifiable markets, where I feel more confident that I actually know what happened, that ratio is larger. So you can get up to 2/3 of classifiable markets displaying output expansions and therefore some evidence of efficiency gains. Once I have that, I can also dig into the likely sources of efficiency. So now I know I look at the cross-section of markets. These are airport pairs, O'Hare, LaGuardia, these type of things. Now I can ask, what is special about the markets where output expansion is obtained? I can regress this outcome on all kinds of things, trying to at least corroborate some typical stories, the type of stories that the lawyers and the economists are telling when they're trying to convince us that a merger is a good idea, in the case of airlines here. And indeed, we find two patterns that appear to be quite commonsensical. Okay, so output expansions are more prevalent in larger markets, and also in markets where at least one of the endpoints is a hub of one of the merging parties. This kind of makes sense because when we think about what could actually be efficient about airlines merging, there are a bunch of stories that are not so relevant for us, like cutting down fixed costs and managerial costs. We want to think about the actual marginal cost of serving a passenger, which is kind of a confusing concept in its own right. But clearly it should have something to do with keeping the airplane up in the air and actually making money rather than just sitting on the ground, with potentially using larger planes and so on. And all of these things are probably easier to do when to begin with you operate in a larger market or when you operate out of a hub. That's pretty much the story in terms of what we get. If we also agree to assume that no competition is a good model for these markets, then we can also obtain these bounds. And what we find is the following. So if we look at the output expansion markets, these are the markets where I get a lower bound on the marginal cost savings. And I average these lower bounds, I get something that is a little bit less than 1% of the market price. So it looks fairly modest. It's not a huge headline, but it is a lower bound. And it is meaningful, it's not zero. So all in all, when you take all of this together, you can probably conclude that this merger was actually associated with efficiency gains, that they were not uniform, that they happened in certain places and not in others. They may have happened where you might expect them, and that they were not zero. For better and worse, that's what we have. Apologies. Okay, so let me at this point go into some of the details. By the way, if you do want to ask something, feel free to stop me at any point. I'm just plowing ahead, but I'm happy to respond.
Well, I have a question, Alon, and you can postpone it if you'd like. I know with that particular merger that they were arguing the efficiencies weren't going to be so much on the cost side, but in terms of increasing flight frequency and offerings to consumers. So how will that kind of fit into how we think about these results?
That's a great point. Actually, we were somewhat disappointed in the following sense. We went into the substantial paper trail that this merger has left, and we wanted to find what was actually argued by both parties that's directly related to what we do. And typically it ends up being about improving our network and offering better service, which is precisely what you're saying. And we actually had to try to dig a little bit deeper and ask, okay, but what does it mean in terms of operational effectiveness that you have a better network? And the answers to that actually were more available in other merger cases. Like I think the Spirit and JetBlue case, there were some arguments that this merger will allow us to use larger aircraft, to keep the aircraft up in the air for longer periods of time, that type of stuff that I mentioned in the beginning. But it is certainly a disappointing aspect for us that it's not so easy to tie down the language in the merger case to marginal cost reductions, which has a lot to do with the marginal cost of airlines being, to begin with, quite a complicated object.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me jump into some of the details. So the model is basically the Cournot model. So we're not going to spend that much time on it because there is really nothing fishy going on other than the Cournot model. Okay, it's just really the thing that we all know and love. And we would basically build on a couple of results in Flavio and Shapiro that also do not require any special assumptions. There is something nice about using Cournot for airlines. There is some history of doing that because capacity choices matter a lot. And if you choose capacity first and prices in a second stage, that could be equivalent to quantity competition and so on, but I wouldn't push it too much. Something that's important specifically about this merger is that there were some claims or some concerns about coordinated merger effects, that perhaps this merger would lead to more coordination. In fact, I will show you later, I have a slide with a few references. Some people found evidence of that exposed. So how useful is it to use the Cournot model if we are actually concerned that there were coordinated effects? It would turn out that if at least we're willing to assume that some of these markets were actually playing Nash before the merger and then switched into something less competitive, then our lower bounds will still hold. There is a nice intuition behind that. But again, we take the Cournot model before and after the merger as our base case. Ideally, in the future, we would like to extend this framework to allow for differentiated products. We will not do it in this paper, there is enough in this paper already, but this should be possible because the thing about Cournot that makes everything work so nicely is this aggregated gain feature, where the only thing that matters is the aggregate action of your rivals. And we have some recent work by some authors showing that that feature is shared by other models that also admit product differentiation. All of that is in parentheses. We don't do it in this paper. By the way, the paper I'm presenting is publicly available now for like a year or even more. It's on my website, and certainly if you want, I'm happy to send it to you. Okay, so Cournot oligopoly, that's just the typical Cournot. We have n firms indexed by I selling a homogeneous good. The merging parties or the insiders, without loss of generality, are considered to be firms 1 and 2. We have an inverse market demand function that's downward sloping. There is a demand elasticity. Firm I's output is denoted by Xi, and the rival's total output is denoted by Yi. We have cost functions and marginal cost functions that are allowed to be heterogeneous across firms and quite flexible. So other than the two typical stability conditions that are required to guarantee the existence of a Cournot equilibrium that are on the next slide, we do not restrict the form of the marginal cost or the cost function in any way. Typically in empirical work, it is very common to assume marginal cost that is constant in output. We don't do that because our entire focus is on what happens to the cost structure, so ideally we would like to leave it as flexible as possible. The profit is given by my output times the price, which is affected by my own output and the aggregate output of my rivals, minus the cost. I can take first all the conditions, figure out what is my optimal output, given what others are doing, and an equilibrium is an output vector that satisfies the first order conditions for all of these firms. This is Cournot. Another thing that is well familiar in Cournot is that we have this slope of the firm's reaction curve that ends up being between 0 and -1, which ends up being important because it means that responses are partially offsetting to what the others are doing. If the others produce more, I'm going to produce less, but the response will be weaker. So the total effect will go with what my rivals were doing, and that's actually useful for getting some of the results that we end up taking to data later. Okay, so here comes the heavy lifting. Thankfully, someone else did that. The names are Flavio and Shapiro. We are just adapting their results. So there is a lemma, a theorem, and the corollary. Neither one of them is an original contribution of ours, except that we adapted them a little bit and went through the proof to make sure that it's all correct. I'm not going to spend that much time on the technicalities of this. It is this corollary that we will end up taking to data. But just to get a sense of what's going on, the lemma basically says that if we are originally in some Cournot equilibrium, and then firm 1, for some exogenous reason, changes its output, for whatever reason, and then the other firms respond in a way that restores Cournot equilibrium among themselves. Then the response would be sort of offsetting the original action of firm 1, but only partially offsetting it. So it's basically building on that notion of the reaction curves. So if firm 1 decided to expand its output, total market output would also expand, but by less because the other firms will react by producing less. And this is easy to prove. Then we have a theory that's building on the lemma. And the theorem says the following. Imagine that we now have this merger of firms 1 and 2. This merger would lead to higher prices, equivalently lower output, if and only if this condition holds. What do we have here? On the right-hand side, we have the sum of the pre-merger markups of the merging parties. So this is the pre-merger price, this is the pre-merger output of firm 1, this is the marginal cost. On the left-hand side, we have something that looks like a markup, but it's a bit more confusing. This is the pre-merger price. This is the post-merger marginal cost function of the merged entity, evaluated at a very specific output level, which is the total output of firms 1 and 2. If it were the case that the merger doesn't actually cause any change at all, everybody continues to do exactly the same as before, then what we have on the left-hand side would actually be the markup of the merged entity post-merger. In practice, the merged entity will actually do something. They will either expand or contract their output, and total output will respond to that, but that's basically what this condition is saying. This is a condition for output to go down. And if you want a condition for output to go up, you just inverse the sign. Again, to show this, it builds on the lemma in the sense that if we think of this merged entity as firm 1 from before, then whatever the merged entity decides to do, that determines the outcome of the market. If they decide to expand their output, then total market output will expand and prices will go down. If they decide to do the opposite, to restrict output, total market output will go down, prices will go up. From here to the corollary, it's really just algebra. And then we get this. And this is what we end up taking to data. What's nice here is that on the right-hand side, we have an expression that's really simple to compute. We have the pre-merger price, market price, pre-merger market shares of firms 1 and 2. These are data that should readily be available, certainly to competition authorities, but also more broadly than that. And here we have the pre-merger market demand elasticity, which is typically not data, but can fairly easily be estimated. Estimating a market demand elasticity is not that different than regressing the log of quantity or the log of price with instruments. And that's how we estimate it. Okay, so this expression is easy to compute, but what am I doing with it? So it turns out that this expression will either be smaller or greater than the post-merger marginal cost function of the merged entity, evaluated at a specific point, depending on whether prices went up or down, or whether output went down or up. That means that if you tell me, by virtue of our classification exercise, that output is expanded, then I know that I actually get an upper bound. I should reverse the sign here, and I get an upper bound on what the marginal cost of the merged entity must be. And if it's the other way around, if you tell me that output actually contracted, then this is the correct sign. It tells me that the post-merger marginal cost has to be at least greater than what's on the right-hand side. So that's basically the exercise. Now, the thing that's a bit annoying here is that this is not a statement about what happens to the entire marginal cost function, but just about what the behavior of the post-merger marginal cost function evaluated at the total output, which is the total pre-merger output of the merging parties. And we may ask, why should we even care about it? They're not going to continue to produce exactly the same as they did prior to the merger, so let's see what we try to make of it. The way we employ all of these ideas is that we define our measure of merger efficiencies. It has advantages and disadvantages. I will try to own up to them in a second. Our measure of merger efficiencies takes the difference between the minimum of the pre-merger marginal costs of the two merging parties minus the post-merger marginal cost of the merged entity evaluated at the original total output of the merging parties. Why should we care about this at all? So mechanically, this is the difference between the social cost associated with producing one unit of output using the resources of the merging parties before the merger versus after the merger. So if actually the merger led to some efficiency gains, we would expect this measure to be positive. Now, there are all kinds of simplifying assumptions here. So what I'm assuming, for example, is that before the merger, the social cost of producing one extra unit of output using the resources of the merging parties is really just the minimum of their individual marginal costs. You could allow for more fancy possibilities like a reallocation of output among them. We don't. But the point is that before the merger, that was the social cost of producing an extra unit of output, and after the merger, it is this one if we hold output fixed. Output is not actually fixed, but there is the advantage here that this is a measure that does not confound changes to the cost structure with changes to output. I will have something to say about changes in output, but this measure kind of nets that out, ignores that, and asks what happens to the actual marginal cost function, ignoring changes to output. So there are some advantages to doing it in this way. And certainly it's nice that we can put a bound on this object and we can point identify these objects. How can we point identify these objects? We estimate the demand elasticity, we invert the Cournot first order conditions pre-merger, we get markups and marginal costs. So we can compute all of this, either point identify them or estimate a bound on them. We think it's a nice measure. Of course, it has its limitations. It does not capture fixed cost savings. That's out the window. Efficiency gains outside of markets where both parties were present before the merger cannot be studied, right? So to do this, I need to look only at markets where both American airlines and US Air were present before the merger. But it could be that there are other markets that also benefited from this merger. Maybe only American was there in some market and American now became more efficient. I don't take that into account, and so on and so on. So in some sense, this corroborates some of Borg's concerns. I measure what I can measure, if at all. But that's our measure of merger efficiencies. Basically explain this. I have about 10 more minutes, I think, which is fine. Because I think I explained in words much of the mechanics, and what's left is to show some details. So we are going to assume that we observe a cross-section of airline markets. The affected markets to us are the markets where both of the merging parties were present before the merger, both American and US. What do we need to observe? Very minimal data requirements. The pre-merger price, market price, pre-merger output, really just for the merging parties, and the total output of the market. And after the merger, all we need to observe is the total market output. So hopefully this is something that can be obtained in many cases. We need some demand shifters. We need to estimate the demand so that we can get the demand elasticity. In this case, we use market population, the distance flown, the network size at the origin, all kinds of things that people routinely use to model demand in this type of airline markets. We also need to overcome the simultaneity challenge associated with estimating demand, so we need some instruments, we need something that shifts the supply, cost shifters, so we use the jet fuel cost, and also something that we thought that we invented, and then we saw that some people also do similar things. We take the ratio of your network at the destination to the size of your network at the origin, with the intuition being that if serving this market is moving my planes from places where there isn't that much that they can do to a place where there is much more that they can do in terms of many more markets that they can serve, that might actually be useful in terms of opportunity cost and so on, and that will affect the economic marginal cost, and therefore might be a good shifter of cost that would help us, in this case, really just to estimate the demand. Estimating the demand, this is just very standard. A very simple constant elasticity framework leads to regressing the log of output on the log of prices, allowing in principle both the level and the elasticity of demand to vary with market-specific variables. We end up doing something even a bit simpler than that. We need to employ two-stage lists, squares rather than OLS, to overcome endogeneity and get the demand elasticity. I need the demand elasticity twice. I need it to plug it in here and get my bound on the post-merger marginal cost. And I also need it to help the pre-merger first-order conditions to get the pre-merger marginal cost. Merging parties. Anyways, do that, and then that's it pretty much. And then you just use all that machinery that I described. I've already discussed some of this stuff. This was a high-profile merger. A lot of objections, a lot of concerns, including of coordinated effects, not just unilateral effects, ultimately approved with some remedies, some divestment of slots and gates in congested airports. There is a great deal of literature already studying the impact of this merger, and we find that overall it appears to be consistent with what we find. So people who do diff and diff, trying to ask what happened to prices following the merger, typically find that prices went down a little bit, which will be consistent with us finding these output expansions in many markets. And even there is a study that shows that price decreases were more prevalent in larger markets, which is also consistent with our finding that output expansions were more frequent in larger markets. Again, we use a different methodology. These guys were averaging across many markets, getting an average treatment effect. We do a classification exercise and ask, where did output go up, where did output go down? Again, I mentioned that some people found coordinated effects. I mentioned that these should not violate our lower bounds, for what's it worth. We'll skip these other things. The data is the typical data, publicly available data from the Department of Transportation, the 10% random sample of tickets, giving us prices and quantities, the output of passengers flown on each route. We use a fairly standard market definition, directional airport pairs. Let me not dwell on why this is the preferred choice in many of the studies of mergers in this industry. About 8,000 markets are generated according to this definition in each quarter. Of these, about a half feature both American and US air before the merger. So these are our affected markets. Both of the airlines were there before the merger. Now let's see what happened to the cost structure. In fact, we would restrict this even further. We would end up looking only at 1,000 such markets where both American and US air were present. Why? Because we want to consider only markets where both of them were there and the merger was the only important change to market structure. So we want to ignore cases where there is additional entry and exit. You might be concerned that that leads to selection. We were concerned it does lead to selection, but somehow it doesn't change at all our bottom line conclusions, not quantitatively and not qualitatively. Okay, so this is about the affected markets. Okay, so how do we do the classification? Just a couple of minutes, very, very broadly. The idea is that you want to take every affected market, every market where US Air and American were present before the merger. You want to take each such market and associate it with a control market that is similar but was not affected by the merger, say. And then you want to compare what happened to output in both markets, and through that you want to learn about whether the merger actually caused output to expand or contract, because presumably these markets are all identical except that one of them was affected by the merger. We know that finding these control markets is kind of dirty business and involves a lot of assumptions, and that results can be sensitive to that. So we do it in a bunch of different ways. And we only classify markets where we see that the vast majority of these exercises point in the same direction, either output expansion or output contraction. So what are some of these things that we vary across these comparisons? First of all, what is the pool of potential control markets? Take any affected market, some market, or LaGuardia, where both American and US air were present prior to the merger. I want to find a control market. So first of all, what is the pool at which I'm looking? So we do it in different ways. One example is to only consider markets that feature neither American nor US airways prior to the merger, and then there are some more relaxed criteria and so on. So that's one dimension across which we vary our approach. Okay, once you figure out what is the pool of potential control markets, how do you choose among them? So here we have two flavors. We have something called the nearest neighbor approach, but we also do a synthetic control approach where rather than just picking one control market, we take some weighted average of the control markets. By the way, the thing that we are trying to match is not observables, is not how similar the markets look, but rather what we are trying to match is the output behavior in the 5 years preceding the merger. So we're trying to find another market where output was really just moving very similarly to the affected market over 5 years. We're trying to find a market that offers the best match on that front. And we can do it with the nearest neighbor or with the synthetic control. We also vary our definitions of what's pre-merger versus post-merger, how these periods are defined, and so on and so on. And then we only classify markets if we see that the vast majority of these exercises point towards the same conclusion. So we're actually very near the end. And these are just tables that basically put some numbers on stuff that I said in the introduction. So for example, if we only consider the markets that actually were classified, the affected markets where I could confidently say output has expanded or contracted following the merger, then between 56 and 67% of these markets displayed output expansions. Okay, that's the statistic I started with. If you want to be super conservative and ask what is the fraction of output expansions out of all the markets, including those that I could not classify, you get somewhat smaller numbers, but still substantial numbers. There is very strong evidence here of a lot of output expansion. Then we take that indicator, did output expand or contract, and we regress it on stuff to test all kinds of theories about what might explain what makes output expand following a merger. And here we see, again, stuff that I mentioned. Output expansion is more likely in larger markets where the market population is larger, and when one of the endpoints, at least, is a hub of either American or US. Here, these results are a little bit weak. This is with a synthetic control in terms of statistical significance. Not all of them work perfectly, but when you do the nearest neighbor again, it's a very similar story. But really, even quantitatively and qualitatively, you get very robust findings along these lines. Now, the final bit is to estimate the demand and do this Cournot trick and obtain a bound. So we start by estimating the demand. The demand elasticity is negative. Demand is downward sloping. Do not take it for granted. It took us a long time to get there. Okay, it was actually a bit surprising. But finally, we got some estimates of the demand elasticity. Now we can back out the marginal cost pre-merger. We can see that the pre-merger difference in marginal cost between US and American is actually quite small. They have a very similar marginal cost structure, at least in distributional sense, across the markets where both of them operated prior to the merger. So there isn't a story here where one of these firms seemed way more efficient than the other one prior to the merger. And then finally, this is, that's it. That's the last results slide. Here we translate everything into that measure of merger efficiencies. And again, because we did it in all kinds of different ways, we get a bunch of different numbers, but they're not that different. In all these cases, the lower bound of the marginal cost saving across the output expansion markets is about $2 or 0.8 or 0.9% of the ticket price. Again, not a very large effect, but it's a lower bound. So that's what we have. So taking stock, and here I really end. So output expansion is prevalent. Output expansion happens when you think that it should happen. The results are fairly in line with what other people found using different methods. I think here, the reason to do this is that this is a simple method. You can really do this very easily, no fancy structural estimations, which I love, but we don't do them here. This is a very simple stator code. And you can do this whenever you feel that your market might be sort of reasonably modeled as a homogeneous good industry, and that Cournot might be a relevant model, then you can do all of this. And if you don't like Cournot, you can still do the classifications. And with that, I end. Thank you so much for your attention and for allowing me to connect in this way. I'm sorry that it's on Zoom. I very much appreciate it. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Alon. Thank you. We have time for a couple of questions. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Alon, for the presentation, particularly under the conditions you're doing it. My question is, in terms of classifying markets where expansion took place versus markets where it contracted, could you go one step further to check your assumptions of Cournot homogeneous by then looking at what happened to the prices in the same markets? Because that's, given it's homogeneous in Cournot, you can predict which direction the price should go.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, in principle, we actually started, we thought that we would do this for prices.
Yeah.
The only reason why we focus on the output is that the output is better measured than the price. We have this 10% of tickets, sample of tickets, and tickets bought at different points in time. There is more noise in the price data than in the output data. So we looked at the output data. But you are correct that we should go back and say, do we get the same thing when we use prices? And I'm embarrassed to say that I think we did it, and I don't remember what happened. But I should go back and look at it again.
Great. Any other questions? Great. Alon, thank you very much again. All the best for all of us from here.
Thank you so much. It's great to see you. Thank you.
Simon is going to substitute for Luisa. Thank you very much for coming. So he's going to give us a talk on online news, media plurality and media mergers. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good, thank you. So my name is Simeon Wharton. I am Director of Economics at Ofcom, the UK's telecoms and media mergers authority. And it's a great pleasure to talk to you today about our work on online news and media plurality. It's actually a particular pleasure to come to Clare to talk about this because many, many years ago I was an undergraduate in this very hallowed institution, so it's nice to be back. Now this session is probably going to be a little bit different to some of the other sessions in the symposium today because it's not just about competition. Don't worry, I will be talking about aspects of competition, so the market power of entrenched online intermediaries and Ofcom's role in relation to media mergers. But actually this talk, and indeed the work we've been doing at Ofcom over the past 4 years or so, is about much more than competition. It's about the way we consume news online, particularly through social media, the impacts that is having on our democracy, and what, if anything, we can do about it. Now, I don't know about you, but I find this an incredibly compelling topic. It's something that keeps me up at night. Feels particularly salient in the interesting political times which we're all currently experiencing. So it's been a real pleasure to work in this area at Ofcom. I should also say it's been fascinating to investigate some of these topics. And as I will explain, we've used some of the traditional tools in the Economist toolkit, so econometrics, for example, but we've also tried to push the boat out. We've used eye tracking software to try and understand attention on the user interface. We've used large language models to analyse content at a very large scale. And looking forward, we are looking into using agentic AI to create avatars for the purposes of carrying out online trials at a scale that wouldn't be possible with human subjects. So it's a really interesting space to be involved in. And one of the things I was hoping to get out of today's discussion was to kind of whet your appetite in terms of some of these issues and to draw on the experience in the room to think about how we could apply some new techniques to investigate the issues that we've been thinking about. So this is just an overview of what I want to cover. I'm going to start off with a little bit of a primer on the UK regulatory landscape as it relates to news. It's quite complex, but hopefully I'll give you the high-level elements. Then give you a little bit of facts and figures about the way in which we consume news and how that is shifting to an online environment and the particular role of online intermediaries, social media research and news aggregators. I'm going to present some, what I found quite sort of compelling and alarming evidence that we gathered on the potential impact of this shift to online news consumption, and then spend a bit of time on what is the most important question, which is what, if anything, can we do about it? And as promised, I will identify at the end some gaps in the evidence base and areas where I think further analysis would be really helpful. This work has been carried out in the context of a work stream at Ofcom that's been carried out over the last 4 years or so on online news. There's 3 publications that set out the evidence that I'm going to be talking about in more detail. The most recent of these was what we somewhat snappily called Transmission Critical, but basically was our review of the regulatory regime for public service media, and that set out some recommendations for legislative change, which I will talk about later on. So, in Ofcom, we've carried out this work under the auspices of our duties in relation to media plurality. And by media plurality, we mean we don't think of media plurality as an end in itself, but as a means to an end, that end being a well-functioning democracy in which citizens can play a full and active role without being unduly influenced by any one voice. And to achieve that objective, what do we need? Well, we need a media that is independent and free, provides news that is accurate and trusted to be accurate, and is financially sustainable. And so, this is a summary. I know it's a bit of a busy slide, but this summarizes the regulatory framework as it exists today in relation to news. So on the left-hand side, we have, what do we do about individual harms? That's very much the purview of the recent Online Safety Act. So it's about protecting people from illegal content or protecting children from age-inappropriate content. And the second flank is probably more familiar to the audience in this room. That's about addressing market harms. This is all about addressing concerns relating to the market cloud that large online platforms have. And the main tool here is the Digital Markets Competition and Consumers Act, which the CMA is in charge of, which we've been supporting them on. And then as we get to what I call societal harms here, the position becomes a bit messier. So Ofcom has a role, and I'll explain it shortly, in relation to media mergers. So we are responsible for assessing whether there is a public interest case for a merger or reproducing remedies. We are responsible for various broadcast standards, particularly in relation to news. That means accurate news and impartial news through broadcasters. There are various provisions relating to the prominence of public service broadcast content, including news. And the Media Act that I'm currently working on extends those provisions to connected TVs. It used to be just on a sort of linear TV, but now connected TVs. But there is still a big gap, which is that none of these regulations relate to news as it is consumed online through your phone or through online intermediaries, social media, search, or other news aggregators. And that gap was really one of the motivations behind us carrying out this programme of work. So I've mentioned online intermediaries before, and I think it's helpful in the news sector to think of 3 types of online intermediaries that are relevant. Search, you will know all about that, and social media. News aggregators include things like Apple News, for example. And all of these intermediaries combined play an incredibly important role in the news ecosystem. Just think about the different stages of the news supply chain. So there's the production of news, There's the curation of news, which means the process of selecting and prioritizing news items in a package for users. There's the role of discovery and distribution of news. There's monetization. Online intermediaries play a really important role in all of those stages in the supply chain. So, for example, Google search is very important for driving news traffic to news producers. It also, through its role in ad tech, has a very important role over how that news is monetized. So, for example, it has over 90% of the publisher ad server market in the UK now. Publisher ad servers, not many people have heard about them, but they're basically the piece of kit that determines which ad is served against a piece of inventory and the price that is paid. So it's a very important role. And of course, for the last couple of years in particular, with the advent of Gen AI, these entities are also now moving into the production of news through synthetic news content that is based on content straight from news producers. So their influence is ever increasing. And just a few facts and figures to kind of demonstrate this importance in the UK. Every year in Ofcom we carry out a news consumption survey, which is basically asking people where they get their news from. And in the last 2 years, so 24 and 2025, online platforms have overtaken TV as the most important source of news in the UK. And in terms of individual producers, Meta is second only to the BBC in terms of a source of news in the UK, and Google is fourth or pretty much third, equal with ITV. And I'd like to highlight in particular the importance of YouTube, which has increased very dramatically over the last couple of years as a source of news. And which is particularly important on TV. So boundaries between broadcast news and some of these online intermediaries is becoming more.
Can I ask you something? There is this phenomenon recently of the zero-click search with users that don't end the search without clicking. Because it's everything on reviews. And this, of course, causes troubles for publishers in particular. How do you think this will affect, given that it's a very recent phenomenon, this picture, or you think you've been looking into it or not?
Yeah, I'll say a little bit about that in a minute, actually, specifically, but I think it's a very good point. It's, I think it has the potential to exacerbate a number of the concerns that news producers have. So those concerns typically are about things like disintermediation. If there's no click and the content is consumed entirely on site, then there's no intermediation at all. It shifts the battleground to things like attribution. So I don't know if you've seen, this is ever evolving, but typically now if you ask for a piece of news content and it's produced synthetically, it will have a list of parties that are attributed. Those often reflect the entities with which the particular chatbot has commercial deals. So I think it's a very relevant question, and I'll come back to it. But certainly, let's talk about it at the end. I'll answer your question for you. By the way, do ask questions as we go through. It makes it more interesting. I'll explain what we did before giving you the slide. So we wanted to dig into the influence.
Could you just explain why these percentages are not adding up to 100?
Why do these not add up to 100? Well, it's because it's not a share, it's saying it's reach. What percentage of individuals have used the following medium, so it would add up to 100.
It says share up there.
That's a good point.
Multi-hopping. Is it you expect so much?
Yes. Sorry, it's not that sort of a share.
It's a questionnaire.
Share of adults.
Multiple items, basically, right?
Yes, exactly, yes, yeah. So it won't add up to 100, yeah. We did want to dig a bit more deeply into the influence that these intermediaries have. We did so using some really innovative software that's been developed by a company called Lumen. And Lumen, is that the firm in Severance? I'm trying to remember. Yeah. It's not that Lumen. It is also a kind of tech firm.
Scary.
So Lumen basically has developed this software whereby it uses the camera on your phone to look at the glints in your eye, and it infers from those glints where you're looking at on the screen, and it records that content. And so we used Lumen software to do a trial of 1,000 UK adults, and we essentially exposed them to the same 60 pieces of news and non-news content on a social media platform. In this case, it was Facebook. But we randomized the order of the content. And what we found is that the news content that was at the top of the news feed was viewed about 15 times longer than news content towards the bottom of the news feed. And perhaps more importantly, that translated into a much greater propensity to remember the news when spontaneously asked about it. And you might say, well, that's all fairly intuitive, isn't it? You would imagine that was the case. But I think in a subtle way, this is quite an important result for a couple of reasons. Firstly, I think this is the first time that this effect has been measured, at least in relation to news. And so it's important to have some empirical evidence, and we're doing further work in this space. But secondly, I think it is a response to sometimes the knee-jerk reaction we all come up with, which is, I don't know what the problem with social media is, it just gives people what they want. And I think in this case, it's a clear example of that not being the case. Remember, this was randomized content. It was presented to users in a way that had nothing to do with their interests or demographic characteristics, and yet systematically they viewed and remembered the content that was at the top of the news feed rather than the bottom of the news feed. And so this and other evidence, I think, demonstrates that it is in this case social media is determining what you see rather than just reflecting your preferences. So they've got a lot of influence. I think that's kind of point number one. How does this affect media plurality? Well, I think the first thing that is necessary to say is that these online intermediaries play an absolutely indispensable role. There's so much content out there that we need a tool to help us sort out the wheat from the chaff and work out what is most salient to us, and that's where the online intermediaries come in. But this role gives them a position of considerable power. And I think there are two main concerns that arise from this power. And the first is concerns about the impact that online intermediaries have on the financial sustainability of news providers. And these concerns are largely about market power. And so they take various forms that you probably have heard of. There's lack of transparency about algorithms, which can lead to large and unpredictable changes in traffic. There's unequal access to user data, inadequate remuneration for the content itself, or excessively high fees for advertising and mediation services. Before working at Ofcom, I used to work at the CMA. I did a study on digital advertising. And these sorts of concerns were very much front and centre in our mind when we thought about the case for a new regulatory regime, which became ultimately the Digital Market and Consumers Act. And I'll say a little bit more about that in a minute. But there is a second set of concerns that might be kind of less familiar to you, but which I think are of fundamental importance to all of us as citizens. And that can really be summarised in the following question. Are the ways in which news is presented to users on online intermediaries and the ways in which users interact with news through those intermediaries having an impact on citizens' ability to participate in a well-functioning democracy? Now that seems like a very, very broad and amorphous question, but perhaps surprisingly, and contrary to my expectations when we started this work, it has been amenable to some quantitative analysis. So we published a couple of pieces of research, and this is a summary of one of them, which involved a survey of 2,500 adults. I think the results were quite a surprise to me and quite sobering when we found them. So we found that people who use social media most for news tended to be more polarised in the sense of disliking people who held different political views, less well informed about important news facts, and less trusting of democratic institutions than people who use traditional sources of news more predominantly. And I should emphasise we controlled for a whole barrage of socioeconomic and demographic data here. And we found even for controlling for all those facts, there was still a statistically significant difference. Now, in the more recent publication that I mentioned this summer, we updated this analysis for people who access news through public service media, and we found the opposite to be the case. In other words, people who use public service broadcasters for news tend to be more informed, less polarised, and more trusting of democratic institutions. Now, of course, this raises an obvious question, which is, does this suggest that there is some causal relationship between the two or not? And if so, what are the mechanisms that could lead to these harmful sorts of outcomes by dint of viewing news on social media? And there's a number of hypotheses. Is it, for example, the case that polarising content drives engagement? So an algorithm set the task of maximising engagement will inadvertently give greater prominence to polarising content. Do algorithms that personalise content for users create a risk of echo chambers, in which you're only presented with views and content that accord with your prior views and are never challenged, leading to a lack of understanding rather than polarisation? Or is it indeed a third factor? Is it something to do with the way in which social media encourages us to share and interact with news that can facilitate the spread of mis or disinformation? There are a lot of questions. I don't have all the answers by any means, but I think our research is starting to help us answer some of these questions. And I just wanted to give you one example of this, which relates to the second hypothesis around echo chambers, where we've carried out some quite interesting research using language models. So in this case, we tracked the news consumption habits of almost 9,000 UK residents. We found that those who tended to get their news on social media were exposed to a lower diversity of topics, and those who tended to get their news through public service broadcasters were exposed to a higher diversity of topics. And so this is consistent, at least, with the sort of echo chamber concern that you might be exposed to a narrower range of views on social media. Interestingly, although again this kind of result seems fairly intuitive, it is at odds with what some of the previous literature had found, and that is because previous literature had not used large language models to look at content directly, but had used the proxy of number of news producers as a kind of proxy for diversity. And what that previous research has found is, oh no, social media is good for diversity because you get exposed to a wide range of different news producers, which is true, but the topics that you are exposed to are actually much narrower. This is the point around generative AI. I think, we've been doing this work over the last 4 years, and actually when we published our first report was just the month that ChatGPT came out in a retail space, and so an awful lot has changed since then. I think I would simply, to reiterate what I said, say that generative AI does have at least the capability to exacerbate a number of these concerns. On the financial sustainability side, as I said, increases concerns around disintermediation and expropriation of news content. I should note there are, and you probably will follow this, some emerging deals with news providers for training data, so that's something that looks quite positive. In terms of the direct impact on citizens, clearly generative AI gives bad actors the ability to make fake news look much more convincing, so there's a greater risk of misinformation, and also increases the scope for personalisation of content, which could exacerbate those concerns around echo chambers. So this is the big question, what can we do about any of these concerns? And I want to take you through 3 types of tool which are complementary and ways of addressing different sorts of concerns in this space. Firstly, the merger regime, where Ofcom has a role in relation to assessing public interest effects of a merger involving media entities. Secondly, the competition regime. I'll talk a bit there about the progress that's been done through the DMCC to date. And then thirdly, and this is largely the area where we don't really have a legislative basis at the moment, but we have advocated for change. Do we need new powers to address those direct impacts on citizens arising from the shift to news consumption online? So in terms of the public interest merger regime, I think this will be of interest because it's been a part of the UK regulatory framework for many years now. In the last year or so, it's, I think, been introduced as something analogous at an EU level through the European Media Freedom Act, so it'd be interesting to see how that experience goes. And, it's been used in various cases, and no doubt if the ITV Sky merger were to go ahead, then this would be part of that assessment as well. Effectively, the regime allows the Secretary of State to intervene through a public interest intervention notice to determine whether a merger, as well as the competition assessment, a merger might result in harm to the public interest. And how it works is that if the Secretary of State does issue this notice, then Ofcom undertakes a phase 1 assessment, providing advice to the Secretary of State. And if the conclusion is it should proceed to a phase 2 investigation, the CMA would take that on. And then ultimately, drawing on both sets of advice, the Secretary of State would decide whether to intervene through the form of remedies. In terms of the sort of considerations that are made or taken into account in this assessment, the questions are, will it result in an insufficient plurality of views in the UK? Will it provide harm to the accurate presentation of news or free expression of opinion? And that is a matter for Ofcom, and if it came to it, to express a view on and advise the Secretary of State on. Bringing it back to an online space, I think there are a couple of open questions. So we recently advocated, and government has now legislated to address this, that online news creators should be part of this regime as well, not just sort of linear broadcasters or print newspapers, but online news creators as well. As yet, online intermediaries themselves are not part of this regime. And so what that means in practice is that, let's say you were to get, I don't know, some putative merger between TikTok and Facebook and Meta, then, doubtless the CMA would be very interested from a competition perspective, but it wouldn't fall within the regime for looking at it from a public interest perspective. So that's probably legislative change that's required in the future. The second prong is about how to deal with competition concerns relating to online intermediaries insofar as they affect the financial sustainability of news providers. I mentioned before I was at Ofcom, I worked at the CMA, and I worked on various projects that ultimately led to the DMCC Act. So I certainly won't claim to be a sort of dispassionate judge of whether the DMCC Act is up to scratch. But I do think it provides quite a sort of sensible basis for considering these sorts of issues. So without going into details, essentially, the Act requires a platform to be designated as having entrenched and enduring market power. That's called strategic market status. And once that happens, then the CMA can introduce conduct requirements, which are basically behavioural remedies. And they fall within these categories of fair dealing, open choices, and trust and transparency. And those categories are very relevant to the sort of concerns that I was talking about. So fair dealing could be used to investigate concerns around inadequate remuneration for the use of news content. Open choices could be used to investigate concerns around self-preferencing in the ad tech stack. Trust and transparency is all about making sure that people are forewarned of the changes in the algorithm that might lead to significant changes in traffic. And to date, we've had 3 designations, so Google Search, and Android and iOS operating systems. And I think it's in the search space that we're starting to see some remedies that could be really meaningful for news publishers. And I just wanted to highlight one of them here on the left. So there is a provision that seeks to ensure that news providers, and in fact publishers in general, have a genuine choice over whether their content can be used for synthetic Gen AI news. In this case, it's for AI overviews. And the mechanism by which I think the CMA is seeking to make that choice meaningful is effectively by prohibiting tying of an agreement. So currently, the suggestion goes, Google will say, well, do you want to be scraped by us? If you want to appear in organic search results, then you tick yes. But that also means that you have to be scraped for the purposes of AI overviews. And so it's breaking up that relationship and allowing publishers to give us a different view on either of those choices, which should open up the space, I think, for more meaningful negotiations. Anyway, this is all kind of new stuff, but it seems to me there are some quite promising remedies that might help on the financial sustainability side. Now I'll come to the, how am I doing for time, by the way?
You're doing great, so you have 15 more minutes.
Okay, that's good. So I'll come to the third prong, which is what sort of interventions could help address those direct impact on citizens I was talking about. Now, we did set out some views in our summer publication. All of these interventions would require some form of legislative change, so that is a matter for government and ultimately Parliament. But I'll set out our views and our justification because I think this would be quite a significant change and extension of the current regime, and I think it's worthwhile discussing why we thought that was necessary. So the first area here is we advocated for PSB content to be made prominent on YouTube and potentially social media platforms, and we particularly called out news content in this context. But it is quite a significant move, so why did we think it was necessary? Well, just to kind of reiterate some of the evidence that I've already presented to you, these platforms are incredibly important as vehicles for news in the UK today. Secondly, we know that prominence has a big impact. There's a lot of empirical evidence supporting that, so it's plausible that this could have a positive effect. Thirdly, there is actually a context in the UK whereby we already provide prominence to PSB content. So that's on an EPG and electronic programming guide. PSB news content and other PSB content are prominent there. So there is some precedent in the UK. I think we recognise that it's a big ask, but we've got some evidence, it's not causal evidence, but some evidence that there are positive outcomes associated with getting on news through PSBs. So we thought we met the evidential standard at least for making a case for government, so that's for them to consider. Second one, empowering user choice, to give people more control over the way news is presented to them. Now, in principle, this is quite an attractive option to consider because it avoids some of the concerns around regulatory overreach or overly paternalistic attitudes that maybe this first one might encounter. This choice could take various forms. It could be choice over the way in which the algorithm serves news to you. It could be choice over the way in which defaults are applied. There could be interventions to promote conscious choice. Are you sure you want to share this content which has been marked as inaccurate? Now, of course, in practice, whether all of these different choices are meaningful to the user and help them or are just a bit of an annoying burden is a matter of empirical verification, and that is why we think that this whole regime should be subject to a clear testing and trialing regime, and that's really the third area here. We think there should be greater regulatory powers to understand how online intermediary algorithms work and potential impact of interventions. And what that could mean is information gathering powers or the ability to carry out algorithmic audits, and probably at the more ambitious end of the spectrum, the ability to compel online platforms to carry out A/B tests on behalf of the regulator, so that we can understand how these interventions are working in practice, and if they don't work, change them. And I think it's an important broader point here that, in the regulatory community, typically we've had a view that, well, an intervention must work. It's a one-shot game, because the only time we find out if it's worked was when we do an evaluation 5 years later. Oh dear, it did work or it didn't work. But the online world involves, the platforms involve doing A/B tests every day, thousands of times a day, on literally millions of users. That is the business. It's not a kind of, is this going to work? Oh, it didn't work. That's the business. And I think if we're serious about regulating some of these platforms to address some of these concerns, then that's the business that regulators need to be in.
Ask you something.
I just want to know an example of how would you frame a choice of algorithmic curation. It seems to be fairly cognitively difficult for a user to have
a choice around
the algorithmic curation. Yes. It might seem difficult from a cognitive point of view for the users to have that free. How would you, do you have an example, how would you offer this choice to a user? It's extremely interesting, but I just like in the implementation.
I think it's a very good question. I think all of this is in the weeds and the implementation and the framing of the question. It's all about the choice architecture. Plausibly, I can imagine a choice that would be meaningful would be something along the lines of, typically in the past we have given you content that corresponds to your previous choices. Would you like to have a broader range of content? Something like that, right? Which would be, in the algorithmic speak, broader diversity, but it's a prompt really to get people to think, oh, do I want to keep getting these whatever it is I'm clicking on, or do I want something broader?
And the broader would be randomized. What would be, or would you give preferences to public content, or would you?
So in the choice, let's ignore this bit. Purely choice, then it could be just a broader diversity, right? That might be something that you actually want, and that would be probably more addressing the echo chamber sorts of concerns. Now, interestingly, before Twitter became X, there were some algorithms that actually people could download and allowed them to curate content in a different way. So it's not actually science fiction. Now, I'm not quite sure how much they were taken up because then Twitter was sold and that those algorithms are no longer available. But I mean, I think the spirit of the question is absolutely right. How meaningful is this choice? And I think, all of us, when we consume other forms of news media, newspapers or whatever, we're implicitly subscribing to an editorial line or something. Right? We're not giving any choice at the moment. It's just this is what's happening to you. And I think the question is, if you ask people do they want choice, generally they say yes, and generally they act on it. So that's what I would say.
You talk about algorithmic audits. Do you get to see the actual test results run by these companies?
Do we currently?
Yeah.
So we do not have these powers currently.
Not
The
yet.
CMA does, right, in the context of...
Do you get to see those?
I mean, they're new powers, right, in the context of the DMCC Act, and I don't know if they've been deployed. They're for testing and trialling remedies, so probably it's a bit early in the...
So, but the MCC specifically allows you to ask for those, or is just mentioned as a possibility?
I think I'm right in saying that it's explicit in there, yes.
Yeah. But, again, it's a good question. What would be a meaningful output? And I think we did think long and hard about this. So algorithmic audits, does that mean looking at the code and trying to understand what's going on? I don't think that's really the way to go. I think you have to do a trial and see the outcomes and infer from that what's actually happening. And in fact, a different way of doing this, which I'll go on next actually. So those are our thoughts. Currently the ball is in the government's court in terms of where they want to go with that. This is the final slide. Just wanted to flag up some of the gaps in the evidence base and some of the areas that I think it would be great to get your thoughts on. I should say there are an awful lot of gaps in the evidence base, but the good news is that means there's lots of opportunities for further research. I've just highlighted a couple here, and there are probably more we can talk about. And the first is really that point we were just discussing. So how do we know what sort of intervention is likely to be effective? Because we can all have these kind of stories in our head. I think this choice would work, I think that choice would work. But unless you can actually test and trial it, you probably don't know. So how can we apply a sort of RCT trials type of approach to this space? First bullet point, I've given a few examples of issues that would be relevant to us and are certainly being explored in the academic community currently. So I mentioned one, what is the impact of online prominence? We are doing a piece of work with YouTube exploring that, which we should be completing in the next few months. The point you just raised, how do people respond to different forms of choice and choice architecture? the way in which you frame it is almost certainly extremely important, but can we get more evidence on that? And the more I think about these issues, the more I kind of come to this second question, which is, what sort of outcomes do we think we can reasonably explore through a randomized controlled trial in this space? Because fundamentally what we care about in this work, which is very, very broad, are those kind of bedrock outcomes that I mentioned, like polarization, which in this case means disliking someone who holds a different political view, misinformation or not understanding, not believing true things are true and false things are false. These, I think, are the kind of things that we fundamentally care about, but they're quite difficult to explore through a trial because trials, for practical reasons, tend to happen over weeks or maybe a couple of months, whereas some of these views are more ingrained. So I don't really have an answer to this question, but it's one I've been wrestling with. Can we explore these fundamental outcomes through trials? Some of you may have heard about the meta trials that happened during the 2020 election. Basically, they identified a range of concerns in terms of the proxies, so people were exposed to an echo chambers or people were exposed to more polarizing content. But in terms of these fundamental outcomes, so polarization, misinformation, they didn't really find anything. Now, it could be, that means there was no causal effect, or it could be simply quite a difficult thing to explore through a trial framework. So that's an open question. And then secondly, I mentioned earlier on that we are exploring new tools and techniques all the time. These tools haven't just created problems, but they've created incredible ways for us to investigate these problems. So I'll mention a couple here. We are interested in how platforms such as YouTube personalize content for individuals. And the traditional way of exploring that might have been to recruit 1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000 individuals, different characteristics, and they do different things, and you observe them, and you see how the algorithm changes. But through avatars, particularly automated avatars, you can train that on the population data and have them basically do that process in an automated way and record what they see. So instead of having a trial size of about 1,000 individuals, you can literally have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of trials. And that has actually been adopted in the literature, and that's something we're really keen to explore. And then I mentioned we made use of large language models to analyse content at scale. To date, at Ofcom, we've done it in a fairly basic way, or the least controversial way. So we've looked at topics, topic analysis. How many topics are you exposed to? But potentially, of course, you can look at much more involved questions, such as what is the sentiment on a particular topic? What is your view on climate change? Because that's fundamentally what we're interested in when we talk about media plurality. And so, any work that was done in the literature on that, I think we would be super interested in. Okay, I think that's really all I had to say. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, first of all. We have time for a couple of questions.
So a little while ago, the Washington Post sacked a lot of journalists on the basis that their stories weren't getting enough clicks. So they closed down their book reviews and sacked the foreign journalists. And that takes you to plurality in terms of the range of things that people get to see. So to me, that points towards public service prominence on social media. I wonder if you could say a little bit more about what would be needed for that. How might it be implemented?
So this is an area where, how coy I should be. I think probably a year ago, I didn't quite know how much we were going to say about this within Ofcom because it's quite a contentious area. But in the summer report that I mentioned, Transmission Critical, we did say that we thought, for the reasons I set out, that government should think about legislating to require prominence for public service media on platforms, and we call that YouTube in particular, and potentially other social media platforms. And the Secretary of State, shortly afterwards, did say she might be minded to legislate or something like that, and that's public domain, so I'm not giving away any consequences. So I think that this is potentially a reality in a way that I wasn't sure it would be a year ago. But of course, then that puts the onus on us. What does that mean, and how on earth could you do it? And I think about it through two different dimensions. What is the content that you want to make prominent, and over which platforms? And what we said was that a good place to start would be public service broadcasters and news. Why news? Well, I think of all the areas of public service media where there's, I think, a clear externality in terms of a much broader benefit compared to the market returns, I think news is the most salient of those. And obviously, we're speaking a lot about news today. Why public service broadcasters rather than our other vibrant news producers? I think there's a practical reason for that, which is that public service broadcasters are subject to the Broadcasting Code, which has a requirement for accuracy and impartiality. And that's not to say that there's no value from broader news producers, on the contrary, but it's quite difficult to know where to draw the line in terms of prominence beyond public service broadcasters, because there's a whole range of, from newspapers to citizen journalistic to others. So that's where we came out on that question. And then in terms of which platforms, I mean, the logic of the evidence would suggest that you are looking at sort of video sharing platforms and social media, because those are the ones that are used for news, and those are the ones where we have some of the concerning outcomes. Now, if your question was how do you actually implement it in practice, I mean, that's, I think, to be determined, but you can weight the algorithm, and clearly these platforms all do weight the algorithm currently for inserting ads. So you could do something analogous to that in terms of public service news.
So yeah, when you had that slide earlier, kind of comparing, it was like polarization and stuff between social media users and like traditional news.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, I imagine there's a lot of self-selection into those two groups, and so I mean, what is the causal impact of social media in terms of like maybe those people before would have been like not engaging with news at all, or they would have been reading low quality tabloids or whatever.
Yeah. I think it's a good point, and we haven't demonstrated causality, and really the only way you can is through a trial. I would say the usual suspects in terms of young people consume news online and they don't know anything about the world. That's not my view. So it's a caricatured view. Do not apply because we've controlled for all of those effects. So if it is true that some people are, just polarised because they're just like that, and it's nothing to do with any of those characteristics, then that could well be being picked up in this in this sort of effect, and we don't know yet, and I think we need to investigate it further. On your point about without social media, would they have consumed no news at all? I think it's a good one because. And in fact, an academic from Davis, I was talking to her last week, who's investigated this, she thinks the biggest concern is actually not being exposed to news at all. And most of what people consume on social media is not news. Small, single digits, percentage points is news. And so not being exposed to any news at all is problematic because you're certainly not going to be able to engage effectively with democracy in that case. So I don't think the answer is can't ban social media, but it might well be trying to promote more accurate forms of news.
I think that's what.
So part of the question has been answered, but basically we have two pieces of evidence. One piece of evidence that's on social media people get exposed to fewer topics, and then there's the second piece of evidence that leads to association with being less informed, more polarized, and so on. So let's put aside that second bit because we just discussed it. I think it would be important to look at the topics. What does it mean to be exposed to narrow topics? Yeah. Because if on social media I'm a person who looks at the heartwarming stories of fox kittens being reunited with their mother, or a dog being saved from the frozen face of a mountain, and now I will be exposed to public sector broadcasters, and now on the front page, in addition to heartwarming news, I will also get some stories about gory murders and fires. That hardly will make me a better citizen, and better informed citizen, less polarized, less bigoted, and better decision maker. So the question really is, what does it mean to be, what kind of topics, what kind of sentiments users are exposed, and what would be a counterfactual? Yes. Should they receive BBC front page in addition to whatever they are viewing?
Yeah. So what I would say is, analytically, we can be extremely granular in the topics. I mean, we can see everything, and it's not just use versus non-use. We can see, as a heuristic device, not this is how the topics are designed, but you can do word clouds and see very clear, oh, this topic was a particular soap, and that topic was whatever, this actual parliamentary debate or something like that. So we can be very granular in that sense. There is a very big policy question as to how granular you want to be in any regulatory regime, and how much that will be for Ofcom to say as opposed to the news broadcasters. And so, an extreme view would be, we just say, look, this is all the good stuff, and it's only parliamentary debates, and it's economics, and it's certainly economics, of course, and it's no murders, and and that's what's good for you. In reality, it's a bit of a messy compromise between the editorial judgment of the institutions, and that's why we have institutions, and they have a lot of credibility, the BBC, and I think another reason for using those institutions. And we probably don't want to override that to a very, very granular degree.
Great. On that, thank you very much again.
Welcome to Chiara and Criscuolo. Thank you. You know the rule.
Okay, thank you very much. So thanks for inviting me to what has been a super interesting conference, and also for letting me present something that is relatively preliminary. I think someone was saying that they had to rush and come up with a vague title. I had to rush and come up with a presentation/paper. So these things happen. This is joint work actually with Tommaso Tuso from the IWB, and he's also chairman of the German Monopolies Commission, and also two colleagues from the Wharton Group, Bernard Leroux, who is postdoc in our team in Paris, and Antonis Tsipris, who is working from Washington, D.C. The paper is on the effects of competition enforcement along the value chain, and the reason why we started this project is that we started from, I would say, a growing body of papers, empirical papers, that have looked at the weakening of the competitive environment, looking at proxies such as markup, and here on the left you see the results of a paper by Deloc and Beckhout that look at global markup across more than 100 countries, and they see an increase. Or they look at concentration, and this is my own work when I was at the OECD, the increase of concentration in Europe, and this is actually in collaboration with DG competition as well. Now, the main issue with these type of papers, and I mean, I've showed you two, but there is really a huge, and looking across different countries, the main issue, I would say, is that both markups and concentration, and in particular concentrations, are imperfect proxies of competition. And let me mention, for example, the papers by Cyberson that, for example, discusses why concentration might not be a good measure of market power, or papers that are like the reader, who have looked at the role of the cost structure of firms in explaining the increasing trends in markup, especially linked with the digital transformation and the rise in the use of intangible assets. The second main, I would say, point about this literature is that even when they look at not only at the trends in competition trends, and they look at the implication of competition on outcomes such as innovation, productivity, etc., normally they focus on the effect of competition in one industry on the outcome in that particular industry. So, whether you look at innovation or, as I said, productivity, it's really very much. And there is, I would say, very little, and let me focus especially on the cross-country dimension and the dimension on evidence on many sectors on the value chain impact of competition. Obviously, there are very as usual exceptions and very valuable ones. Let me mention a couple of papers that I particularly enjoy. One is by Rubens on, for example, the impact of concentration along the tobacco value chain in China, work of Trapala in Ecuador in the agro-food businesses, and Avignon and Gig on dairy products in France. Now, one point about the literature as well is that authors such as Philippon or Tommaso with co-authors in the early 2010s linked the worsening of this competitive environment with antitrust enforcement. And Philippon especially made, I would say, a strong case for the fact that there was a big difference between trends in concentration between the US and Europe, and this difference was very much linked with the weaker enforcement of antitrust in the US vis-a-vis Europe, where you had the European Commission that acted as a supranational enforcer. Now, there is very little evidence, I would say, across a large set of countries on the role of antitrust authorities and sort of enforcement more generally. And why does this matter? As I'm going to show you just in a second, there is significant variation in the resources and in the capabilities that are available to these antitrust authorities across countries, even though, as I'm going to show you as well, they're very much now used across country. And in fact, a recent paper like the paper by Beasley and co-authors that came out just a few years ago, they look rather at the de jure competition law rather than the de facto enforcement. And why is this important, as I mentioned before, is that, you know, as is shown also by Beasley and the data that he uses, there has been a significant steeper increase in the use of competition, not only law, but also the introduction of competition authorities across countries. But then we also see that, and this is just one way of classifying, when we look at the income distribution of countries, we see very large differences in the resources that these institutions have available, and there are many other, you know, differences that I'm not going to focus on, but this is one margin that differs significantly. So it is important to understand these competition authorities work and how does their job affect outcomes along the value chain. So not just in the particular sector where competition is being enforced, but, you know, more broadly across the value chain. And this is exactly what we try to do, is to answer this question. We do this by identifying cartel firms and non-cartel firms in a large cross-country firm-level database, which I'm going to describe. And we also do two things that are may be different from this existing literature. We identify the shock to competition by looking at the formation and breakups of cartel. And we focus for now on international cartel. And then we construct measure of, if you want, up and downstream exposure for to these cartels, but also I would call horizontal exposure by looking at firms that offer complementary goods and services to the cartelized firms. And what we use to identify this effect is the variation in timing of cartel breakup and firm exposure to the value chain. And you know, I'll give you the details in one second. Let me give you a preview of the findings. First of all, we find that once you sanction the cartel, you know, these are significant costs on cartel firms. This is very much a descriptive piece of evidence. We wanted just to smell test that our data, you know, is not just noise, and cartels are a shock to competition. But we also find, and this is really the core result of our paper, is that the cost of cartel exposure for downstream firms, but also for complementary firms, are significant. And we also find some suggestive evidence that, contrary to these negative, if you want, downstream and complementary effects, we do have some positive, and I call it trend sharing, but very loosely, between the suppliers of cartelized firms and the cartel firms. And then finally, you know, we look at this across many countries and many sectors. Why do we look at cartels? And this is probably, I don't need to spend too much time given the audience, but the idea was, contrary to these papers that are focused on this indirect measure of competition, we wanted to get at something that was very much a source of competition distortion quite directly, and in a way that there were no possibility of capturing other, I would say, productivity enhancing changes, technological changes that were going on. And so the idea was, in a way, cartel is a quite direct measure of collusive behavior that does affect negatively competition. Because of the data that we have right now today, we are focusing on international cartels, so you're going to see these are quite large cartels, but we are also trying to incorporate information on national, sort of domestic level cartel. This is ongoing work, which we hope to finalize soon. In terms of limitations, there are many, and I'm going to discuss those. And work by those of you in the audience here kind of highlights the fact that we have a selection problem, because obviously we only identify cartels that are sanctioned and sort of punished. There are other sources of distortions that we are not looking at. Let me mention abuse of dominance. And then finally, and there were a few papers already today that discussed this, increasingly collusion is not happening only via cartels, but collusion is happening in many other ways. Tomato doing a nice paper about public communication, but there are also several papers that look at algorithmic collusion, and so some of these are also today. So this is our how we contribute to the literature. We try to look, relative to this previous evidence, I look at concentration and markup. We try to look more directly at the role of competition authorities, and we try to contribute to the literature that is now growing on production network and value chain, that has focused on, for example, propagation of shocks along the value chain, propagation of industrial policy, to look at the propagation of shocks to competition and of the activity of the competition authorities. And then I would say we do contribute, but I'm not going to push this, but to try to really look at a cross-country assessment of different outcomes, productivity being one, along the value chain, to a very large literature on the aggregate cost of cartel and the effects of cartel discovery. Now, this is just a very simplified way. This is the way, I imagine the paper, so it's not done with AI, so it looks horrible. Apologies, but that's
very nice, actually.
It's done with Excel, so it's not great. But anyway, it doesn't matter. So imagine you have cartel firms. Through a cartel, firms can increase their prices and reduce their sales. And then in the same sector, you also have non-cartel firms. Now, there is, I would say, again, a reasonable literature that kind of tells you whether this cartel firm gains or lose from the presence of cartel firms, and they can actually gain through free riding behavior. And this is what they call the umbrella effects, and this depends on the cases, but this is one factor. Now, since I will discuss this later, I do not have the direct firm-to-firm linkages between cartel firms and downstream and upstream suppliers and customers. You can think that the presence of cartel has an effect on prices and on quantities in the whole sector, and then we look at what happens to downstream buyers. We expect them to suffer from higher prices and lower quantity. And upstream suppliers will also see an effect. Now, here I think the question is much more empirical. Do we see that they sell less output because of the quantity restriction, or do we see that they can gain from the higher prices that the cartel firm charges through rent sharing sort of between the two? So this is what we are trying to look at, these guys here. So we look at everything that is not in this box. I mean, I do present evidence on this, but this is not our focus. And then finally, this is where I think there is much less evidence. We wanted to look at what happens to these four firms who are selling complementary goods to the cartel firm. So the idea is, imagine this is someone who produces bikes. These guys are the ones who do the wheels, and this is the producer of saddle. Obviously, if you sell less wheels, you will also sell less saddle, but at the same time, you're not benefiting from the higher prices that the cartel firm charges. Go ahead.
Yeah, it may just be worthwhile. The downstream buyers, I guess, that makes sense if they are the final buyers.
I agree with you, yeah.
But it could be that the immediate, kind of purchasers are passing along.
Yeah.
So there's actually been a little bit of work by Martin Peter.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. And in fact, one thing, and I mean, we haven't explored this yet, this is a very important issue. One thing we have done to try to look at this issue very imperfectly, we look at the upstreamness of these guys, and we do find some evidence suggesting that there is this pass-through effect. If I have time, I'll show you the results. I have them in the slides. But this is a very valid point, and in fact, one of the extensions that it's not as easy to implement as I thought at the beginning was to look at the full input-output table. So then in that way, we would sort of compound the effects, but we can get back to this. So let me now go to some stylized facts. As I said, I'm not going to focus on these two, but I'm going to show you so that you believe me that there is a shock to competition in the presence of the cartel that I have in the sample. So first piece of evidence, and I would call it a stylized fact, we do find, so what I report here, let me go slowly, is the within firm variation in profits for the cartelized firms. This is the pre-cartel period, the cartel period, and the post-discovery pre-sanction, and obviously if you want here, we would have the reference periods, which is the post-sanction period. And what you see is that there is a significant increase in profits during the cartel period for cartelized firm that then sort of goes back as soon as it is discovered. So this suggests that there is sort of a change in the competitive behavior of these firms. Secondly, we look at whether there is a presence of umbrella effect, and there is one reason that I'm going to get back. Why we think this is an important point to make. You also see that within the same 4-digit sector, firms that are not cartelized also see an increase in profits, suggesting that there might be exactly this umbrella effect that the literature suggests. So they can free ride on the higher prices of cartel firms. So given these facts, I mean, I think we can sort of believe that the cartel measure that we have in the data does capture some shock to competition. And let me spend a couple of minutes just explaining what the data is that we have. We use Orbis, which is a commercial database, which has many limitations. In particular, it's not designed to be necessarily representative, and for this reason, we drop all the firms that are less than 20 employees, because in previous work, we have seen that this is really where issues arise. We also drop non-zero operating revenue firms. We use unconsolidated accounts, rather than consolidated account. I mean, I don't want to go into too much detail, but happy to answer questions. And to identify cartel, we rely on two databases. One is the OECD International Cartel Database. This cartel includes information on cartels that have at least one international participant in them, and then we are in the process of adding, and I mean, some of it is already done, we still haven't finished, on a new, I would say, commercial data source, which is the Global Competition Review, that it contains information. I mean, we had to do some scraping and so on, but we have information on domestic cartels. So we can identify firm names, the jurisdiction, and then the relevant dates for a cartel life, and the size of the cartel. And we sort of do name matching between the Orbis database and this new source of information to identify this. We also collected information from a couple of different sources on the capacity and resources of competition authorities. So we do have information on their budget and their staff. And then, with these different databases, we now have a new sample with 556 cartel and more than 300 cartel firms. And then, obviously, we have all the non-cartel firms included in Orbis, over 25 countries, and, the period is 2005-2020.
So again, these are cartels that have been discovered by authorities. So this is not the phenomenon of public cartels of Austria
No. These are not the papers by Otto Toivonen, no, Finland. No, these are cartels that have been sanctioned and fined. So, and European, for example, the ones that have been sanctioned by the European Commission are included.
Yeah.
So this is just to give you an idea of how the data is structured in terms of the time period that we analyze, and to give you also an idea on timings. A cartel sort of lasts about 7 years on average. There is almost 3 years between the discovery period and the sanction period. And on average, we have, as I said, quite large cartel. 10 is the number of participants. Why I say that these are on average larger in general, I mean, a couple of papers, but one in particular sort of suggests 5 years would be the so it's slightly longer, and obviously there is a whole distribution of length. I want to make a point just so to reassure you that it's not just all relying on one particular country or one particular sector. We did some robustness to check also the weight of different sectors, but you see that the cartels are distributed across all the countries in our sample with some sort of notable presence, Spain, and then we have the cartels. Sorry.
Oh, these are authorities. These are authorities.
Authorities, yes, sorry. By jurisdiction, yeah. And so then we look at the industry distribution. You see like strong presence of manufacturing sectors, but you know across all the sectors that we have in the sample, we see some cartel presence. So let me tell you now what we do and what we face in particular in terms of challenges. So one limitation of our study is that we don't have firm-to-firm linkages. So there is a new literature that, for example, the papers that I mentioned, Rubens and so on, that have the linkages. So I know if he's my supplier and she's my customer, I would identify. I don't have that. So I need to find a way of proxying for firm-level exposure to cartel, and to do this, I use sectoral supply use table. However, we try to go as granular as we can, and we go to the 4-digit next level, which is about more than 200 sectors. Now, why I think this is not so bad, because I presented and I insisted a bit on that there are umbrella effects. So it's not only if I'm connected to Emanuele, who is the cartel firm, but if I'm connected to someone else who is in the same sector, I will also suffer. So, you know, maybe that minimizes the concern there. The second big concern is that you can tell me, oh, Chiara, okay, but you know, if I'm buying from Emanuele rather than buying, and then I try to change my production function to buy from another sector that is less cartelized and more competitive, you know, that can affect the choices of inputs that you do. So in a way, the value chain structure is actually endogenous to the competitive environment. For this reason, we try to impose an exogenous value chain structure, so try to capture the technology relationship. As I said, 2 wheels to make a bike, I mean, and that's what it is. And to do this in a very granular way. And so we take an out-of-sample input-output relationship coming from the US supply use tables, from the BA. We take the early 2010 our reference period. And you know, one concern might be, okay, but you are using the US tables to proxy for what's going on in Brazil. So this is not a good way. So we do some checks, and at the moment we are still working on making this even more robust. But the idea is that we see that qualitatively the shares are quite similar. In 90% of the cases, if there is a relationship in the US, there is a relationship in other countries. We can only look at the 2-digit level because we need to rely on inter-country comparison, and we can go into that. So, if there are no questions, I tell you exactly what we did. So, consider a focal sector J. I know where it gets its input, so let's say 3 sectors here, and I see also who it sells to, okay? With some particular share. This is fixed. It comes from the US 4-digit input-output table that I was mentioning. And then how do I make this country, time, sector specific? I do know if, let's say, in Italy in 2016, there was a cartel in sector C and sector B, but not in sector A. And then similarly, if I'm supplying to some other sector, I see that there was also a cartel in sector B. So using this information, I can now construct weights that are, using the input-output table, I can now construct measure of severity, which could be, whether it's present or not, or I can also include measures that look at the size of the cartel, number of firms, the severity in terms of, the size of the fines, etc., etc. Similarly, let me go into how we measure complementarity. We use a simple cosine similarity. So imagine you have two sectors, they sell output to different downstream sector. If the share of the sales are similar, then we'll say that they are complementary. Okay? And so this is how we measure this with this cosine supplementarity. We calculate some scores. And this is exactly, we do the same thing as we did for the input-output relationship. So this is what we estimate, and I don't know how much time I'm taking to explain all of this. But what we do, this is our basic equation. We have an outcome of interest, which as you will see is profitability, employment, sales, productivity, etc. We have our upstream and downstream exposure and the complementarity exposure. And then this is constructed at the country 4-digit time level. We include firm fixed effect, and then country 3-digit and time fixed effect. Now, one of the strongest assumptions, we need to make a strong assumption, which is within the controlling for firm fixed effect and the country 3-digit time fixed effect, there is no systematic correlation between cartel exposure and unobserved determinant of firm performance. We do test this assumption using this two-step balance check, and then basically, without going into detail, because I don't know how much time I have, we can get back to this, but basically we find that there is no systematic exposure, no selection, let me say, once I control for country 3-digit sector and time fixed effects. This is the results of the test, so there is no systematic relationship once I control for this between exposure and the different outcome variables that we have, which reassures us. The second big question that you might have is, do you still have enough variation? You're taking very granular fixed effect, and in fact, what this graph shows you is that even the residualized exposure actually has enough variation. So this reassures us that I'm not just measuring noise and I'm not capturing just selection. So let me go to the results now. Okay, so your columns give here the various outcomes: operating revenue, size in terms of employees, after-tax profit, total assets and labor productivity. And here we have the different exposure measures that I explained before, whether you have a cartel upstream of you, whether you have a cartel downstream of you, your exposure to cartel downstream, and if you are exposed through the complementary sector channels. And what you see is that systematically, no matter which outcome variable I look at, there is a negative correlation between the presence of cartel exposure downstream of you. So if you are upstream of, if you are downstream of a cartel, so this is all across. If you are upstream of a cartel, so this is the second row, you actually see the opposite effect. So you see that, especially if you look at revenues, after-tax profit or productivity, you see that there is a presence of a positive correlation between being a supplier of a cartelized industry and the presence of cartel. And then finally, we look at complementarity and exactly like in the case of being downstream of a cartel, being in a sector that sells complementary goods and services to a cartelized sector also has a negative correlation with your operating revenue, your size, etc. Now, we did a ton of robustness check. So one of the concerns was, for example, how much Spain was driving the results. So we removed one country at the time from the sample. The results remain robust. We do use different weights for measuring the intensity and the severity of the cartel presence, and we are doing some more of these. We restrict the sample to countries where we know that the coverage of Orbis is better to make sure that this is not driving any of our results. We tried with alternative clustering. We also were concerned about potential reverse causality, and we also see that there was no anticipation of the presence of the cartel that might have affected the result. Now, one of the main robustness checks that we did as well was to focus just on what happens after the sanction. So, what I showed you before might have captured the pre-sanction, the post-sanction, so we wanted to make it clean. And so this is really what we do here. We just look at the period after the decision of the cartel authorities in the data. So again, as you would expect, is after the cartel is sanctioned, so in a way it's a specular result to what you saw before. We do see that the downstream firms actually, if you have a cartel upstream of you, you see that after sanction you see an increase in your operating revenue, in your productivity, in your total asset, and vice versa. You see that there is a negative correlation for those firms that are upstream of the cartel, so they have a downstream exposure. And then finally you also see exactly as we saw before that firms that have cartel upstream from them and firms that have cartel in complementary sector behave similarly. And here again, you see that especially in terms of assets, level productivity, and operating revenue, you see a boost in their outcomes once the cartel is broken. So we did a lot of robustness. Let me, and again, I'm lost with time, so you need to tell me if I'm over time. But one of the, I think, interesting results in the Besley paper was very much one to say, okay, you are exposed to a cartel, but your exposure depends also on other characteristics, in particular whether you're in a tradable or in a non-tradable sector. And in fact, we see that even when we look at cartels and we look up and down the value chain, we do see that being in a tradable sector actually insulates you from, if you want, bad behavior upstream from you. And this is exactly what we find. And this is in line with existing evidence. Then, and this was a bit to double check the question you were asking, we try to look at absolute upstreamness. What this measure tries to capture is, imagine that you have a value chain and you can be as high in the value chain, means you're upstream, or you are downstream. So it's an absolute, not a relative, critical mineral are upstream, okay, just to make an example. So what we find is that when we look at this absolute measure of upstreamness, we see that the effect, the negative effect of the cartel is actually much smaller. And this suggests, again, in line with the literature, that these firms may be able to pass on the cost more easily. We are doing more to really investigate these, trying to think of different measures of compounding effects along the value chain. And then finally, one of the potential sources of heterogeneity was to look at concentration in the sector. Now, the idea here was that in sectors that are more concentrated, they might have more also bargaining power vis-a-vis the firms that are cartelized. So it's a different way of being anti-competitive. And in fact, we see that firms that are in more concentrated sector are less affected by the presence of cartel upstream from them. And if you want, we can go through the result. So. I don't.
You have more than 10 minutes.
I have more than 10 minutes. Huh?
12.
Okay, so I was rushing like
No,
crazy.
no, relax.
Okay, so maybe let me show you some results, which I mean with this.
We are really enjoying it.
I don't know how to do this in these things. Can I go here maybe?
Yes.
So let me maybe show you some of these results, and I mean we can go through the results that I don't know.
Maybe if you exit the full screen.
That's. Yeah. Okay, apologies. So this is, for example, the results of and let me also mention one result that I did not report in the presentation. You can think of different ways of capturing credibility. One is the simple services versus manufacturing, which is the old way. Another way is to control for the import share or the openness. So we did various tests. This is just one where we use a definition of credibility that we had at the board. And then, so here what you see is that, for example, if you have a cartel upstream from you, you're able to, if you want, lower significantly, and we did do a test, but it's still sort of significantly different from zero. I think I should have double-checked. But this significantly decreases the correlation between, and here I just reported operating revenue, but this is true for others. Effect of having a cartel upstream from you. It also lowers the positive effect of being upstream of a cartel, and then finally you don't lose as much, or like again it's near zero because you can trade somewhere else, and you see similar results when I look at the illness of the sector. Let me also show you, which I really like, the absolute upstreamness. These are the results. So here is exactly what I was showing you. This is the negative of having a cartel upstream from you, the negative, and here you see that it's much lower for sectors that are in absolute upstream cases, and similarly for complementary sectors.
Now, you're thinking there in terms of being farther upstream, okay, you're less...
What you do is you pass on to other firms. You have more ability of passing on.
Because there are more layers?
There are more layers, that's the idea.
It's not immediate to me. I mean, if I'm one step removed from final consumers, I might have more market power over final consumers than the next kind of concentrated industry. Am I selling to, let's compare selling to final consumers, so I'm not very far upstream, versus I'm selling to some other intermediate good who's then selling to final consumers. I would think I would have more ability to pass through to final consumers is the next level, rather than some other concentrated industry where I've got to negotiate these changes.
So you would have expected the opposite effect?
Well, to me, it seems like the final, whether your next layer is the final buyers, is a significant departure. Everywhere else, if you're selling to firms, and it's because then there's a bargaining, there could potentially be a bargaining aspect of that. That's not typically going to be the case if the next layer is final buyers.
But isn't this simply capturing that there is nobody above you, and so you're not subject to cartel?
I mean, you still are above you because you have,
It's like you have a cartel.
You have less cartels. I don't capture.
Could it be that if you're higher in the value chain, you have less exposure because you capture average exposure, but if you are higher up, maybe.
Yeah, now that Emanuele was saying, but in reality we are not. If you want, I'm not measuring. So one alternative thing that we were trying to do was to try to measure the full sort of relative upstreamness. So I have a cartel upstream from you, I have another cartel upstream of my suppliers, which is not what we are doing. So what I didn't measure, which is, I should have done, is whether this for some reason, we do have that the firms that have higher absolute upstreamness have systematically lower upstream exposure, which is not, it's not a mechanical thing, but it might be possible. I didn't think about that, but sorry, can I just write it down because that's a good point. And what you are saying is, it's not about, because what I thought is I go upstream and, I kind of ship it to the next person, and then what you're saying is this is not automatic because you might have someone downstream from you that has higher bargaining power, and so you cannot pass through the...
That's right. It's not just number of levels, but really the bargaining power in each of those levels.
Okay. Yeah. Which, maybe we could interact with concentration or something like that.
If you think about successive monopolies, the distortions add up. No? As you move downstream, you have farther and farther down utilization, more distortions, and less runs for the downstream firms, for more downstream firms. So if you think of it as a, I'm talking about a model with inefficient bargaining. So more cartel upstream means lower margin downstream, because the rents are eroded by the upstream firms.
Yeah, I'm not sure I see.
Depends on the form of tariffs too.
Form what?
Depends on the tariffs too.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about efficient bargaining, but reality is not our models. Unlikely. So.
Okay, so this is something, I see your point, and as I said, this is just an initial, something that will be in the back of our mind, and the doing the full thing is not so straightforward, so we tried this, but I think...
So if you have a cartel at a given level, certainly you've agreed on prices for downstream. Now you're trying to measure the upstream effect of that reduced output and higher prices and so on. But if these firms have an agreement for downstream prices, why is it not fair to think about that they would also have some sort of agreement potentially on upstream prices and how they're going to get those? They might also then, collude, so to speak, on what they're going to pay upstream.
Okay, so two things on this. One, and maybe if I show you the concentration one, it depends on the bargaining powers really of the guys upstream from you, and so we see that matters. Second, I think it's not so, and again, I'm not the biggest expert on cartel, Tommaso is, but, colluding is not, maintaining a cartel is not the easiest thing. So I don't know how easy it is to sort of have collusion on prices and at the same time on the supplier. That I need to double check. But
I'm just saying conditional on having the cartel, given that you have evidence that they have a cartel. I'm saying conditional on that. Why is it not fair to think that they would have also colluded on the input prices?
That's what I thought at the beginning as well, but this is not what we find in a way. And
cartel database, do you focus only for downstream cartels? Because some of the Spanish ones are also purchasing cartels.
I didn't hear you.
In the cartel database, do you only include the ones which are based?
No, we included everything, and
so
for now,
the upstream and the downstream.
Yeah,
because there are a lot of purchasing cartels in Spain.
Yeah, we included everyone. One of the next things that we want to do is to distinguish between different type of cartels, which maybe then helps us with your question. But as I said, this was a bit our big question at the beginning: what is the effect upstream? And it's not so straightforward that what was the result. So to me, it's not clear that this is what you find.
Quickly, I think maybe you might look instead of upstreamness as a sort of a between centrality of a sector, because that is really tells you how much you can bypass possible choke points. So a topological analysis of the IO matrix could give you those between the centrality matrix.
Yeah, that's a very nice one. Yeah. Okay. One thing we could also do with the international cartel databases is, it will take some time, but to go really to the text of the sort of results, so then could tell us more as well if there is like if they find any evidence of collusion on the input prices as well, to go into more detail. So yeah, that's one thing we could do. Yeah. Okay, so maybe if I have, I don't know.
2 minutes.
Okay, now I got a bit tight, but let me just show you, if I have time, the concentration one, which I quite like. And again, you see exactly the same kind of idea that, you have more power and therefore you kind of manage to, do this things that you are concentrating, like it goes in the same direction. So it's quite interesting, and it's mainly, this is the point I was trying to make. These are the supplier of the cartel firms, and you see that the effect comes through the fact that they are more concentrated. And so that's why I was talking about, bargaining power of the supplier vis-a-vis the downstream cartelized firms. So this was the result I wanted to show you. So this is really the core of the positive effect of the suppliers. Sorry about this, because now we have to put it again. It doesn't matter, so let me now move the summary. You're ready. I think I've given you a bit enough detail on this, but just to summarize, when we started, we gave you two stylized facts. One is that cartel firms sort of see a decline in employment and profitability after sanction. We also find evidence of umbrella effects for non-participating firms in the sector. And then when we look at spillovers along the value chain, we see that the biggest costs really are with the downstream firms and eventually also with the complementary firms that sells complementary goods to the cartelized sector. And that, if anything, we do find that upstream firms may benefit from the presence of cartel, especially if they're more highly concentrated, and that these effects upstream are actually suggestive. I would say they're not super strong, while the effect downstream are much larger in magnitude and significance. So let me conclude. I think one of the things we wanted to show with the paper is that distortion to competition, and in this case those that arise because of the presence of cartel, actually do have significant, I would say, negative spillovers across the value chain and complementary sector, and we do find that this is true for a large set of countries, as I said, with lots of robustness check. And so this confirms the fact that competition authority action might have a strong positive impact on the economy beyond the firms that are investigated, but also for the firms that are upstream and downstream of the colluding sectors or in complementary sectors. And on that, thank you.